Well, hello there. I want to have an experiment today. And the experiment, well, it's multifaceted, but I'll get into it. But the primary experiment and the point of this video is I want to try to clear Abyss with a weird team with every character on Chronicle Banner, right? Because Chronicle Banner is like, oh, in my vibe at least, is like, oh, here's the less desirable characters. The characters who have not scaled as well over time. But like Genshin's baseline design for your options on how to use different characters is strong enough, and this is like the kind of much of the point of many of the videos I try to make on my channel in general, is like it's strong enough on a design level that the player, we as players have the option to do different kinds of shenanigans to make characters work in different unconventional ways. And that's not to say that that's like damage optimal to use, you know, Chiori in the way that we're going to use Chiori. Did you see the sack sword? So, you know, point being, I don't know for sure that everything we're going to try today is going to be entirely successful. The point is more just to mess around and, you know, get some kind of appreciation with, you know, using all the Chronicle Banner characters. Get some kind of appreciation for how Genshin does have the option to do these different things at varying investment levels. I do only have, by the way, on my account, 4 of the 8 characters on Banner: Chiori, Kazuha, Yai, and Kokomi. We will be going on to another account for Yoimiya, Ito, and the Ayaka. Sorry, I almost forgot about Ayaka. And Ayato, I did not forget about, but that'll be technically a 3rd account, but I actually pre-recorded that one, so I'm going to play that back at the end. Anyways, the chat is invisible. Yeah, I understand. On the other thing, real quick, for any VOD watchers, this is technically being done live. My goal is to keep this much more focused. And yeah, chat is going to be visible, but I'm going to ignore it, you guys. Like, I'm going to ignore you guys. I'm going to leave the chat visible for people, but you're not important in this stream, okay? I'm doing an experiment. An experiment that I'm like 90% certain is going to fail. So we're experimenting on all levels today. On the level of in-game experience and my YouTube experience. And yeah, anyways, I decided not to make this a dedicated edited video rather than instead just doing a live stream, because I figure some amount of like realistically, some of these teams are going to be a little bit painful to use. So, you know, I want to illustrate how the full nuances of things, and I don't think I could get the full nuance across, and at the same time of trying to like show at minimum 8 different teams in Abyss on different accounts, right? Like that just doesn't show up in an edited video, is my point. So, and is the full nuance gonna show in this longer form video, aka a stream with some interactivity? Not necessarily, but anyways, by the way, my browser is working to my advantage. The live chat isn't even updating on my end, so that's perfect. Thank you, Timothy, though, for renewing your membership. Have a good work day. We will. Well, okay. I might disappoint Timothy. I'm sorry. I have plans for Yoimiya appreciation. We're gonna have to actually do some testing for Yoimiya, but I don't know if we're doing Virgin Yoimiya. Timothy is a Virgin Yoimiya fan, which is a synonym for insane. Will I edit the stream? No. This is the video. Anyway, we're done looking at chat for now. Let's get on to the plan. So, I think I'm going to start with Chiori. Why? Because I have her equipped currently. But also, we like Chiori's animations. I think the most fun thing to build around as far as an unconventional way to use Chiori, and again, these are all just like unconventional ways to get appreciation for a character's kit, to be used in a way that you might not have expected was technically usable, right? This is not to say that you need to play this way. This is just a nuance to the kit, right? In Chiori's case, right, she's primarily a skill damage dealer. She has nuance with her auto swap thing, which is interesting. We have to wait on cooldown, but if you press E and then press E again, she will auto swap to the next character without like a latency check, which can be more or less valuable depending on like your ping situation or whatever. She can also do that in midair, which is kind of interesting. So you can do stuff like that. I haven't had a really good idea for something to truly utilize that, but it is something you could do, especially with Sack Sword getting a reset potentially. But what I am instead going to do is the other ability, which is her Geo infusion. Well, not her, or her Chio infusion. It kind of is a Chio infusion because there's some non-ideal aspects to it. But we get a 5-second Geo infusion after doing her E if we do a normal attack after her E. And notably, this infusion doesn't start actually until you do that normal attack, right? Doing Geo damage, but it's only 5 seconds, which is not very high. And then the other problem, and yes, I have level 1 talents. Honestly, I'll talk about it, but these talent multipliers, they're attack scaling, and she is, you know, dual attack defense scaling for her other abilities, but she's more defense scaling for her damage than she is attack scaling, so normally you build her for more defense. So there's this anti-synergy is the point, where if you want to do something with her infusion, it's not def scaling, right? So, you know, this is why some people might feel like they need to get C6 or something for Chiori to be a usable main DPS. But I want to do on-field Chiori without, you know, C6, obviously, without even having C1. So, the plan is, to interrupt my thing, the plan is to do plunge. And, funnily enough, this is the only plunge team. To be clear, you can do plunge shenanigans with most characters in this video game. but you don't have to. So I'm just doing it for Chiori. The reason being, even if her talent multipliers were leveled up, they would still be bad. if you don't have some way of amplifying your damage. What we're doing is we're using Shunyun giving a flat buff to plunge multipliers to be able to like significantly increase, because flat multipliers, or sorry, a flat buff is on top of your multipliers, right? It doesn't care about the baseline multipliers anywhere near as much. And also we're doing plunging, which is the highest multiplier in her kit anyways. So it's yeah, I don't know. I wish when they did things like this to character kits, like they did the same thing with Shalonen. Like Shalonen, actually she gave defense scaling, right? Which is good, unlike Chiori. But Shalonen's scaling is still not like so good that it makes it worthwhile to do much other than plunge, which I think is unfortunate. I don't understand why they do this, but they do this. They put the multiplier super low. But we can use flat buffs to kind of ignore the multipliers. You should still level the multipliers if you're seriously going to dedicate. Like if this team is something you're going to consider playing all the time, you should level the multipliers, right? They can make a not insignificant difference. This plunge damage multiplier can be meaningfully higher. You would also potentially change the build a little bit. Because of the fact that I have level 1 multipliers, it means I can do a little bit of like unoptimal things, like having a sacrificial sword, a lower base attack weapon. I'm going to run a def percent timepiece, because the idea is, again, the attack percent main stat would not actually increase our flat buff from Shunyun, but what def percent does is it increases our skill damage and our burst damage more. So, anyways, I like that. Anyways, Yunjin, yeah, you can use Yunjin as well. That is an option, particularly because of the fact that Yunjin is a Geo unit, which could help you for your energy needs. But it's still not going to be anywhere near as good, but it is an option for sure. We can maybe briefly show that, so you can see the difference. But anyways, since we're doing plunge, this kind of means we're doing, we're doing Farina. And then I think the most interesting option is Kachina. Why? Unlike Yunjin, so Yunjin does not provide a construct. In case you aren't aware, Chiori has her C1, wherein any Geo unit on the team will make her have 2 dolls available rather than 1. So the idea with Kachina, though, is, Geo damage bonus, which will amplify our normal plunge attacks, and notably, amplify our skill damage, because we'll get the second doll, because we have a C0 Chiori, yada yada. That's kind of all there is to it. She's on scroll of... No, she's not on scroll. Oops. Hold, please. Does she need to burst? That's a good question. Ideally, yes. Ideally, yes. Here, by the way, here's the main reason not to live stream this, like I am right now, is loadouts. Don't exist right now. They might exist next week, but also I'm not going to believe that loadouts will actually exist in a form that's useful until I use it myself. But anyways, we should probably put Fab. Well, you know, I don't think I need Fab on Kachina. I'm gonna do a Dragon's Bane build. Why? Because I think EM Kachina is fun. Well, not fun per se, but I like Kachina being able to be a shielder. I think it's a funny nuance to her kit. That's really all it is. Give her that. That's actually I'm gonna switch back to that. Why? This is one of my pieces for Sea Lolly, and I like not putting it on other characters. That's the only reason. You know what? Yeah, I don't feel like thinking about her build that much. I will give her this though at least. But anyways, there we go. Okay. She'll do a little bit of shielding. It might be nice to burst consistently. So maybe I should oh, okay. If I encounter problems, I'll change the build. We're gonna leave it like that. My Shanyun should maybe be on Songs of Days Past. The Song of Days Past artifact set is an artifact set that gives another flat buff, so that could increase the damage we see from Chiori even more. It's also like the most generic option that a lot of people like to use, but VV is generally speaking better because, you know, amplifying my Farina's damage in this case is probably more valuable than amplifying the Chiori damage slightly, right? But I'm going to leave her on VV. Why? Because I have C2 Shonyun. I will go turn off C2 Shonyun, so this basically doubles the value of her flat buff, is the simple way to explain it. So, because it's just straight doubling the buff that comes from Shonyun's attack, you can just have the total attack on Shonyun to be able to simulate what a non-C2 Shonyun gets. So, for example, I have 3,500 attack right now. If I put on this Favonius Codex, I go to 1,698 attack, which is basically the same as if I was using, say, this is what I used to use before I had C2 Shonyun, a Oathsworn Eye, which gives 3,100 attack, right? So it's very close enough to about half, right? The total attack. So we'll start with this to do a quick demonstration of how this is going to perform. VV build, wow. Farina is going to be on a Tenacity build for any team we're using Farina in, which I don't actually know. I have to double check my list, but I don't actually know how many teams I'm going to use Farina in, but it's Farina. She's a universal lady. She does buffing, she does application. We know what Farina does. And, yeah, more importantly, Chiori. Sack Sword. This might seem weird. In my testing before, it was very difficult to get even 4 Geo plunges out. Was it 4 or was it struggling with 5? I think if I recall, I was struggling to get even 4 Geo plunges out with the 5-second Geo infusion uptime from her skill. So, like, that's why we're using Sack Sword. The other side benefit is it lets us burst more. Chiori's burst has a 50 energy cost and a 13.5 second cooldown, which means if you're doing like weird long rotation things, point is you can kind of burst quite a lot more often, I found, with the Sack Sword build because of the extra energy, duh. You know, is it ideal for seeing the biggest number possible? No. You know, you might very well want to just do a crit stat stick, big crit damage weapon, right? And then, wow, you can get to see way bigger plunge numbers, but less Geo plunge numbers total. But you can, I don't know, spec your damage into more physical if you want. You can do physical plunge, right? You don't have to do what we are doing today. So I'm not saying it's perfect. I just want to see more Geo from her. So that's why I'm doing that, right? And it sounds cursed, but I think it's going to work pretty okay. We're using Long Night's Oath. Why? Because if you didn't know, one of the main things you ideally want to use the full buffs from this set is to have skill damage happening relatively regularly, like hitting the enemies. And her skill will still be hitting enemies. So therefore, I believe we should get the full buff from this set. The full 75% plunging bonus to min-max her plunging damage. And again, we still have a death percent timepiece. We still have a Geo Goblet, right? So the idea is we should get pretty decent skill and burst damage still, right? It's to not compromise too much on her skill and burst damage, but also use her on-field with her infusion gimmick to get some additional on-field value. But yeah. Anyways, I think I'm going to leave C2 Xianyun on for Abyss, but let's go check what Xianyun performs with, you know, her C2 off with the level 25 Fav real quick, because I think that's important to maybe establish what this investment of Chiori would look like. But it's also, again, important to remember, like, yeah, Chiori could be level 90, her talents could be way higher, I could spec her build into something different, like, that's more optimal, per se, in various forms, both on the supports and on Chiori herself. So I think it's fine in this case to use C2 Xianyun, but obviously C2 Xianyun is going to have a meaningful effect, and that's why I want to illustrate the difference. When's the collab? Sometime this week, whenever Eeks chooses to respond to a message to let us know, because I think Eeks is the main person that we're waiting on, but anyways. Let's see here. We need energy on Xianyun. I didn't get any energy from that, did I? It's fine. I got it. Okay. Alright. Do this. Do this. Bap. Probably should have... Oh. Right. So you can see we're getting 50k. I didn't use my burst properly there and thing. If I probably had, it should be dead already. But yeah, there you go. Right. Is that enough damage to clear Abyss? I don't think it's a comfortable amount of damage, per se. But I think it is enough damage in my testing so far. Even with the, you know, not level 90 Chiori, not fully, not leveled up talents, yada, yada, yada. Like, I think I could do it. It would just be a little struggle. So, point being, I don't know. I think it's fine. We're gonna enable C2 Xianyun because I don't want this video to take too long. But yeah, there you go. Nico, the reason I'm making this a stream is because I literally answered you before. So if you keep on, I don't know, saying things in chat that I already answered, I said this was going to become a stream. Because, like, that's why it's a stream, because I'm streaming it. I'm not gonna make an edited video. I already answered that. Anyways, this stream feels like a video. That's the goal. That is the goal for the most part. Anyways, by the way, for VOD watchers, I hopefully will have timestamps for like the different teams after the fact, but it might take me a while to get them, so I apologize if they're not there. Okay, so we can go to Abyss, but let's do full power Xianyun because I think that's more fun. I just want to mostly have fun with characters, right? This game has existed for 5 years. If you're a really dedicated Chiori main, that's the not necessarily a main, but you just really like Chiori and you like the idea of on-fielding her. This, I think, is an option that you could go towards rather than feeling like you need C6, but it's still a high investment thing in other ways. So, anywho's, I mean, when it becomes a VOD, yes, but I already answered you, Nico. I already said before we do ask before. Anyways, I should just minimize the chat and ignore the chat, quite frankly, because like, anyways, whatever. Like I don't understand why you're confused when I literally answered your question before that it's not going to turn into an edited video. That's why I'm doing this, anyways. So, by the way, I'm just probably going to default to using fairly strong teams that can clear. Like, most of the teams we're going to probably have to use on the first side, because the second side's mechanics are very, like, you have to have, like, specific amounts of pyro application. Don't want to bring hydro cryo. You can, but it's like, you know. So, anyways, does anyone watch VODs after watching the stream? Yeah, almost half of my views tend to come from VOD views, Sylveon. On live streams, well, maybe not half, but it depends on the video. This one, my intention is part of the experiment is to see if I do get more VOD views than normal. But anyways, so let's do, so we're obviously, because we have Hydro and Farina, whatever, we're not doing the second side with this team. It would be awful. But anywho's, the important thing to remember is, you know, no two Genshin accounts are relatable, and like how much you would struggle at, you know, being able to use this kind of team with your Chiori in Abyss, for example, is less down to like something like C2 Xianyun and more likely down to what options you have on the other Abyss side to make you have more freedom on your first side, right? So, anyways. I am forgetting Kachina. Hello, Kachina. Bap. Normal rotation should be Farina into Shanyun into Kachina. Well, we could do Kachina first, actually. Did we do Kachina first? I don't know. It probably doesn't matter that much. Kachina will trigger the buff off field kind of regardless, right? So, anywho's. I think uptime wise, maybe should leave Kachina there, but it shouldn't matter that much. Okay. And again, going to use strong team to clear second side without having to think too much about it. Did the audio just die? What? No? Okay. No, is your side? Okay. Well, hopefully you can fix your headphones, Sylvia. ER is actually nice for giving me options for messing around with things here. We like ER.
Your journey ends here.
Did I put Shanyun back on her weapon? I sure hope so. I don't know why I jumped so high there. Alright, do that. Let's not do that. Let's do this to start, I think. Why are you over? Okay. Well, no. I refuse. I'm gonna retry. Why? Because obviously, by the way, you can see that C2 Shanyun, again, the buff doubles. And because like the entire plunge damage we are getting is from basically Shanyun's buff, yeah, the plunge damage is way higher. I'm not trying to ignore that. I'm just saying that you could invest differently to have a different experience with even a C0 Shanyun. Okay, we're gonna wait for this thing a little bit. Okay. And hopefully it will not do that. Yep. Alright, there we go. That thing is dead now. I think this dude is geo-resistant still, by the way. Yeah, we have physical there. Should have done this additional skill earlier. Not ideal there. That was a terrible rotation, all things considered. Cooldown didn't line up because I did not do things properly. Oh my god. What? Oh, I didn't do Shanyun. Oh my. Oh, that's a bad sign for this whole video. Watch me have to, like, axe this video. Oh, that's this is one of the weirder teams to play, I think, as far as how to do it.
Your journey ends here.
So it is a video? Nico, what is wrong with you? I'm sorry. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean it is a video? Like, you're on YouTube. Of course it's a video. It's just a matter of when you're watching it. Is this what you're confused by? You're just messing with me? Okay, okay. I want to time you out because you're... You know, I'm not going to time you out. I'm just going to minimize chat. I'm just going to ignore chat completely. Sorry. Congrats, Nico. You earned me ignoring literally everybody.
Your journey ends here.
Alright. Alright, we're gonna do this. Why? Well, I don't know if that makes sense, but... Can this butthole stop? Okay, I gotta figure out the timing of this to make... I hate this stupid Lord of Sand. The alligator rushing 5 miles away is so annoying. Okay. Maybe we should start earlier with Shanyun, maybe. I don't know. Okay, can we stun it? No. Okay, well, frick you. Okay. This. Use the additional skill early. I figured we had to for rotation time anyways. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Alright, why did I not get a sack reset? I call baloney. Okay, well, I guess we're doing physical plunges. This is immediately working more terribly than when I initially tested this. I swear, I did test this. I didn't test every team that is going to be used in this video, but I did test this team, and it is not working as well. It's not working, to be clear. I need to manage my stamina a little bit better. All right. Damn. Oop. Oh, okay, I thought I wasn't going to get that punch. I'm trying to do, when I do her skill, I'm trying to do a normal attack after her skill while I'm in the air a little bit to do a plunge after the is cast while I get the infusion. So, yeah. Anyways. Obviously, that was not a very good clear in the context of many accounts. I honestly don't think that is a team I'm going to recommend, right? Goal is not, though, for me to give teams I recommend necessarily. The goal is just to do some silly ideas and see if they can work at all. Right? There's a difference between can things work and can things be recommended. And I'd say like 90, like I think there's some people that sometimes think when I am, you know, recommending or when I'm doing certain kinds of videos, right? Like I had a comment that I saw on someone else's videos, which said that I gave a bad review to like DPS Lynette, and I'm pretty sure I didn't. I'm pretty sure I just said like I didn't like DPS Lynette because the team options weren't as compelling as I thought they would be, right? And my point with that is just because I don't enjoy something doesn't mean it's bad or not worth pursuing or experimenting. Like, I don't know, right? I don't know how to explain this to people, that I'm not trying to review things. I'm just trying to see whether or not some ideas work in my videos. And does this idea work? The answer is yes, at a certain investment level. I think that's what we are seeing here. Is my point. It's not an idea I'm recommending. It's an idea that I think can work. It's technically and it's at an investment that's lower than, you know, a C6 Chiori. Didn't want to have to do another skill there, but maybe I should have. I definitely should have, because I ran out of the buff anyways. And now oh no, that was a terrible misplay. And now my skill is not going to be up properly for the... that was bad. Okay. Don't fire your laser. Okay. Oh no, my skill is up. I lied. Okay. Probably because I'm garbage in other ways, but, you know. That... oh, there we go. Yeah, doing that made us miss my sack sword reset. I see. When I tested this before, you can get the sack sword reset consistently when you do better rotations. I believe I am just failing, and that's fine. 2, 3. Oh, crap, I did. Oh, crap. Oh, that was dumb. Should have saved that sack sword reset for this. These plunge teams are quite good at dealing with this. Bap. I forgot that you do that. Oh, I didn't get the plunge. Whoops. Oh, we don't have Brina buff. Oh, okay. Well, do I accept this clear? No. You know what? I don't. That was too scuffed. That was too scuffed. By the way, I'll look at the chat after I do my clear. I want to not get distracted while I'm doing things in between. I didn't even look at buffs, by the way. They're all kind of whatever. Okay. Yep. Great. I completely ungrouped these. That's perfectly ideal. It is quite satisfying to do the skill into plunge. Oh gosh. Okay. I am not doing cancels well. I'm not doing, honestly, anything well gameplay-wise. I am not in the zone today. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to save that on purpose. Bam. Okay, that did hit. Okay. Map. Really? Also, how... Like, I swear, no matter how much ER I have on Chunyun, she has the perfectly awkward amount of ER. Should have just used the power down build, clearly. Really? Like, this is the problem, by the way. Some of the problems we're having here is, like, how they have low uptime abilities. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to screw up things. But low uptime abilities. Can you jump to me? Yes, okay. Are kind of awful in a lot of ways. I need to bring a burst again. But one of the main ones is just that, like, enemies do things that wastes, like, half a second or whatever, right? Please, can I jump? I can't. I ran out of... Oh, my God. Well, this was not better. This was worse. I think the answer to this video is gonna be no. Like, Chiori is a hard character to try to find shenanigans with, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I started with, I think, what is probably the most scuffed character to do something outside of her intended utility with, at C0. And it's scuffed. But, I like scuffed, okay? I'm having fun, still. But, you know, yeah, I can't recommend it. Oh boy, what was it saying? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Not me. I'm doing this because I need the frickin' energy. I know it's bad and whatever. Flap. Okay. Flap. Nice. Oh, I think I was saying how, like, the uptime of abilities, right? Like the 5-second Geo infusion from Chiori. One of the things that makes it particularly punishing, I really should have skill firsted, but the idea was to burst while it was coming down, right? Bam. But like this enemy, right, will do like soling mechanics, and it'll like fly up in the air, and these like minor right, that like I basically lose half of my infusion uptime when it's doing that move, just because I happen to skill beforehand, right? And what it moves this thing does is semi RNG, not completely RNG. Most enemies aren't, but semi RNG, to a level that makes things really awkward to optimize when you have low uptime abilities. You're gonna teleport, right? Good. Okay. Why did you jump over there? Really don't appreciate that. Alright. Bam. Okay. I think I should not start with Chiori Burst, is one thing I'm noticing here, by the way. I think that is not helping me very much. That wasn't very good still. Where's voice lines? Oh, that's a good question. I think I turned them off because of the video I recorded. I should turn them back on, but that'll have to wait until this abyss. Alright. We should clear this without a problem, by the way. I think. Hello? Alright. That. Wow. So, yeah, there you go. Do I recommend this team? As I said multiple times. Nope. Very, very nope. These are poor buffs all around today, which is sad. The ER was nice and everything else was poopy. Okay. Do we choose the defense technically? Maybe. I guess it'll increase their damage. Not the plunge damage, but it's fine, I guess. Anywho's. Wayabs. Let's see how annoying Wayab optimization is. Bam. And, oh gosh, your energy is going to be bad. Uh-oh. Well, yeah, we might be fine. Okay, let's do that. This, I just said before I should probably stop bursting to start. But whatever. Okay, can we kill you with plunging damage? Here, let's do this. Part of way up optimization is like precasting certain abilities, such as this one. Hopefully it dies. Yes. And we do this. And then we do this. And we can probably get through it, no problem. Yeah. Alright. I probably should have saved that skill usage, but oh well. No. Oh well, okay. Well. Yeah. That was the underwhelming end, but hey, it's not that hard to optimize way up with plunge teams. That's the good thing there. Like, plunge teams have an advantage against way ups, which is good. Because there's a lot of teams. There are a lot of teams that are really annoying to do the way up against. We're probably gonna have teams that we use today that are much worse than that team was against the way up. So, despite how scuffed that team is and how terrible my play is, you know. But, anyways, okay, I don't need to clear. I think it's fairly obvious I can clear with that team. But yeah, all right. Let me turn on dialogue again because I forgot that was off. Blah 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 blah. So I don't know. Any meaningful thoughts in chat? I imagine most people agree with me. That like, I fully admit, I think this is the most scuffed thing I'm going to do today. TF Chiori, I mean, that would be maybe more scuffed, considering I'm pretty sure 4-piece Thundering Fury does not work. I'll double check here though. No. Right, there's no geo, or sorry, electro crystallize here. If electro crystallize, no, sorry, that still wouldn't. Wait, would it? No, it would work. Yeah, if electro crystallize was in here, it could work, but it doesn't work. Anyways, yeah. So, anyways, yep, yeah, that's fair. One Unax. It was as cursed as it sounded from the start, but it technically works with enough investment. Not a recommend, but I think it's a fun thing you can try regardless, and shows that there's an alternative investment path to making use of some nuanced of her kit. And yeah, I guess, you know, one thing before I do anything else, let's see what happens with Yunjin. Do we just do a slot in replacement with Yunjin? Sure. Let's keep things. Well, you should do a different build. You should do like a gladiators build, I guess. Or no, you do Marshall say hunters. Duh. Okay. Sure. We can check that quick. Let's here fix things a little bit. Oh no, you're already on the crack piece. Never mind. Yeah, no, you're fine. Okay. I thought I yoinked artifacts from you. I'm not going to keep, like, quite frankly, I don't think I need to keep this def % timepiece for for Geo. Actually, okay, maybe I should keep this because the artifact reroller is a thing now. Is there? See, this is part of the annoying aspect of the artifact reroller. Is like, do you keep artifacts like this now? Because normally in the past I would have just foddered this because I'm like, I don't think I'm actually gonna need to do def % scaling plungers on this set, so. I don't know. Anyways. I don't know what Sylveon did. Hopefully Sylveon just timed someone out unless they were being really terrible. But anyways, the reroll thing is a scam. I mean, why do you think it's a scam? It doesn't even exist yet. We don't know how it works exactly. Anyways, sorry. So let's put on Marsazi Hunter pieces is my point. And we'll see how things go. Bap. Wait, no, we can use that. That's a Geo Goblet. Shoopadoop. We'll see. Maybe I should have done the low investment thing in the first place. Maybe I'll like this 100 times more. If I had to guess, based on my experience with Yunjin in the past, this is going to get in the neighborhood of like 20 to 30k normal attacks. But this is also a team, like, this is also another circumstance where, like, again, Yunjin is not as strong as a buffer as C2 Shunyun. Crazy idea. So, you know, if you want, if you want, sorry, I'm having a stroke. If you want to do Yunjin, right? I think even more so, you want to level up her talents, her normal attack talents. I think you should do the same thing for Plunge though, and like maybe do an attack timepiece to. Well, you don't necessarily have to do an attack timepiece, but one of the benefits of her dual scaling is you can do attack timepiece for plunging, and the attack timepiece still does something for her skill and burst damage, right? Because it's dual scaling, not just def scaling, which is a good thing. It helps that aspect. But I don't know. It does really feel like her 5-second infusion thing exists for her C6. I don't know. Anyways, let's see. Can we get away with a crit damage circlet? Is a real question. Let's find out. Wait, do we do def percent timepiece? I don't know. I kind of think I have a better def percent timepiece. Like, this is pretty good. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna use it. I think we can use. Yeah, did we use that piece? Or did we use? Yeah, I'll use this piece. Why not? And then we use that. Oh wait, I have 5 piece. Oops. I forgot we had an onset goblet. Okay. Well, what does our stats look like? I actually surprisingly balanced, all things considered. You know, Light of Foliar, not for the EM passive. It's just crit stat stick, right? Okay. You know what? Screw it. I don't feel like messing around my inventory too long. We're doing 5 piece. We're doing 5 piece, and then we're doing. Where is she? There she is. Yunjin. I still think using Farina is ideal because the main way you can take advantage of min-max the value of flat buffs is by having as much damage bonus and as much crit as possible. Farina universal damage bonus buffer. It's, yep. Problem is we want a healer, and I would love to do something like using Shilonen, but
after you.
Even with a C2 Shilonen, this doesn't work. Because Shilonen doesn't heal with C2 in a triple Geo team. You get the red shred, but you don't get the heal. So as sad as it is, I know this is stupid, but I think that I kind of hate this, but I think the best option is a Scofier.
Ready to spice things up.
I kind of hate it, but I think this is technically the best option. Siegeween? You know what? Let's do Siegeween instead. Yeah. Let's have double Hydro. That'll buff the skill damage from Offie a little bit. Mostly she's going to be buffing Farina's damage, but, you know, whatever. Anywho's. Doesn't work for Cryo Resonance? I mean, yeah, there wasn't even 2 Cryo units in the first place there, so yes. But anywho's. We're just going to go test on this boss. No, Escoffier's passive still gives red shred regardless of. You still get red shred from Escoffier. And also, I don't know, go watch my 9-hour stream where 6 hours of that tested Escoffier in non-full hydro cryo teams. Yes, Escoffier is at her strongest in non-hydro cryo teams. But the fact of the matter is she's such a perfectly ideal healer for Farina. You want to know what Ito's best team is? I'm not going to play this in this stream, but because, like, I hate that this is the case. But, like, with all C0 characters, I'm fairly certain that Ito's best team is Escoffier, Farina, Shilonen, Ito. Like, and yeah. So, anywho's, why tenacity on Verena? She does buff the lunges. Tenacity Verena is generally speaking better. Oh, I have... Okay, I didn't look at your weapon. Well, whatever. Your defense is the same as you would have with Fab anyways. Yeah, your defense stat hasn't changed. So that's fine, I suppose. Okay, we are gonna go get our energy back, though. Escoffier is better than Shallonen? Shallonen doesn't function in this team. We're trying to use Yunjin for Chiori to do normal attacks. Normal attack damage. Shallonen does not function. We don't need energy on you. Do we need energy on you? No, we don't really. We'll get energy back, I think. For testing Yunjin buff, the level 1 weapon doesn't matter. Because normally this is a Fab build anyways. So the only difference is the ER and the Fab triggering that we would get. Which for testing 1 rotation here does not matter. So it literally doesn't matter. If you think it does, you are wrong. It does matter if this was a build that was balanced around the new craftable, but it's not. So, yeah. Alright, and do that. Yep, I was right. 15 to 20k. And if you level up her talents more, right, you can expect that to be more towards 20k plus, I suspect. But yeah, you can tell even when I had the powered down Shunyun was better. Show. Yarp. That was kind of my guess, and kind of why I didn't really feel that inclined to mess with this in general. Part of the problem, by the way, is obviously that Chiori does not have her, 2 dolls in this team. If she had her 2 dolls in this team, this would be much more competitive with the, C0 Shunyun performance. But she doesn't, so, I don't know. I'd say consider this more, I guess, if you have a C1 Chiori, maybe. But, yeah. Oh well. Is what it is. So, do you give her attack? I mean, if you want to see more normal attack numbers with invested normal attack talent, yes, you should probably do an attack timepiece here. Again, my normal attack talent isn't that invested, so putting an attack timepiece on her wouldn't crazily change her normal attack talent numbers there. So, anywho's. But yeah, Chiori's in an unfortunately weird spot where she has cool things in her kit with like the swapping and whatever, but it's really hard for me, even as someone that's used to trying to think of doing weird shenanigans, it's kind of hard for me to think of a ton of ideas on how to utilize this character. It's part of the problem of like Geo not interacting in ways that are very interesting, right? So all you can do is just try to like amplify the raw damage multipliers in some form or another, or add on flat buffs on top of things. Like I could have done something, maybe with Sitlali C1 or as a potential alternative path, the same vein as using Yunjin or Shallonen, because again, another source of a flat buff that can buff her damage. But I don't know. At the end of the day, she's relatively restrictive, I'd say, for an off-field unit, and usually what I'd say is ideal for off-field units is that they're not that restrictive, particularly for being able to, on-field them. So, anyways, I really like Chiori's animations. I just wish her kit had a little bit more freedom to be able to be utilized for shenanigans like this one, because I think it takes a little bit too high investment for me to really recommend that many Chiori shenanigans, kind of almost in general, right? And I don't know. I don't dislike her C0 kit now that Kachina exists. Like, Kachina gives her actually pretty decent versatility. It's just like she has various forms of anti-synergy, and the fact that she can't at C0 be used to her full extent just as an off-fielder. Like with the fact that you can't do Shallonen Chiori core and have the 2 dolls version of her skill with C0 units, like you need Chiori C1 for that, is really unfortunate, but oh well. Like I don't think what Geo needed was a Geo off-fielder that was as restrictive as she is, but it is what it is. you know, maybe they'll buff her in the future. I suspect not, but I don't know. They've been buffing characters in their other games, so it's actually outside. It's not outside the realm of possibility, I feel like. I like the fact that they're maybe adding loadouts, the fact that they're adding an artifact reroller, the fact that they're adding new endgame content, right? Like, they are adding things that are desired things. I don't think it's outside the realm of the possibility that characters get buffed in Genshin in the future. And Shiori is one I would like to see get buffed. So, for me, I quite frankly would just like to see her normal attacks, like, her infusion lasts longer than 5 seconds, and her normal attacks have, like, def scaling multipliers on them, probably. Kind of like Shalonen. And then C1 in base kit, because having that weird nuance of, like, works with some geo units better, but not other geo units, with how restrictive geo units are at a baseline seems weird. So, yeah. Anyways. I mean, I doubt they would buff a unit. They have in their other games, so I don't know. Like, what exact evidence is there for MiHoYo not ever buffing things in Genshin? Because they haven't before? Well, okay, they didn't before in Zenless until they did. They didn't before in Star Rail until they did. So, I don't know. I didn't even notice it was Unico, to be honest. I just read the message. Anyways, let's move on to the next character. Who should we do next? Should we do Kokomi? I think we'll do Kokomi, because Kokomi is probably... So I very recently made a crit Kokomi video, again, with Escoffier. Realistically, if you want to play Escoffier, or sorry, you want to do not even just crit Kokomi, but just something on field. This applies to Ayaka. This applies to Ito, sadly. This applies to Ayato, right? All of these characters, best teams, like, now include Escoffier, right? Escoffier she's a strong character, particularly in conjunction with Farina, to be clear. But anywho's, we're not gonna do Escoffier teams, like full Hydro Cryo teams, with Farina, with Kokomi, or Ayato, or Ayaka. Why? Because they can be fun. I don't think they're unfun, but I don't think they're that interesting to experiment with. I don't think there's any meaningful lessons to be taken away from that. And I've literally already made those videos. So you can go watch my Crit Kokomi video with Escoffier if you want. Instead, what I want to try to do is try to do I've never tried this before, because when I've done this before, it was quite a while ago when there was fewer options for off-field pyro units, or just ways to get off-field pyro damage in general. But it was also just for crit Kokomi, just to see big numbers on her. So I want to try Burgeon Vaporize Kokomi. Burgeon Vaporize Kokomi in the current state of the game, I think is going to be a lot worse, but I want to try non-crit Burgeon Vaporize Kokomi. So yeah, we'll see. No, I am unsure. So I'm going to use Muika here.
Anytime,
Because Ebot Muika go burr. I have her on 4-piece scroll. I am not planning on bursting on my Muika. Why? Partially because I have C1. Partially because I don't want to. Okay? I'm going to leave it at that. She's on a spine build. 4-piece scroll. There you go. She should get some decent damage from off-field. So, then in conjunction with that, I think it makes sense to try to use Emily. She's getting a rerun soon. I want to show some Emily appreciation. And we're doing Burgeon Vaporize. She's Dendro. And we got Burning. The idea is to get some Vaporizes. So the idea is to have a balance, because you don't want to have... You need to have enough burning uptime, right? To be able to keep up her level 2 skill damage. But it doesn't need to be like 100% uptime burning. I think there's some people that still don't realize that with Emily's kit. You don't need 100% burning uptime. You can do something with the Pyro Aura still, and still have Emily function, right? I think more people understand that, though, than they did in the past. But, anywho's. I'm minimizing the chat again to not get distracted by it, so... Anywho's. Maybe... Sorry, I just did whatever. No, I'm not gonna interact. Sorry, like, just you wait until, look, if you want proof, go do the, if you want proof to prove me wrong on whether or not, Ito's best team. Ito's best team with C0 characters, C0 5-star characters. If C0 Ito, what is his best team? If you want to prove me wrong that his best team is not Farina, Escoffier, Shalonen, go do the calcs yourself. And if you don't want to do the calcs yourself, I don't know, wait until Escoffier is on GC Sim. So, anywho's. So, I don't think that's a fun thing, so we're not going to do that. I don't think it's very fun that that's potentially even his best team at all. It might not be his best team at C0. It's possible, like, Farina Double Hydro is still better, but, because Farina Double Hydro with Shalonen is, with Yelan is pretty good too, right? But, anywho's, who's the last slot here? I think, okay, so, this might seem weird. I think we want to put in off-field cryo unit. The reason for this is to get the balance might not work out here because the extra cryo application might this might be too much application to cause problems with Emily. So a cryo unit here might work better if you're using Nahida instead of Emily. But we're gonna try a cryo unit first. So I'm gonna try Rosaria.
I hear you've got a job for me.
I think you're on instructors. Yep, that's actually what I want. That is ideal. That build should work. Okay. I think she'll get her burst back. If she doesn't, we'll put her on a higher level fab. We don't need her to do damage. We just need her to do cryo. And do the instructors buff. So, EM buff. Get Burgeons. Should I put you on more EM? I guess I should, technically. Yeah. Alright. Full EM Muika. Bam. There we go. Perfect. She'll still get some crits. 597 EM Muika. Still had some crit. Yarp. Hybrid Muikers. Let's go. And then the Kokomi build. Now, again, the idea is to use her as a driver for just, like, generating Burgeon cores, but also happening to get decent vaporized damage herself, because the nuance of Kokomi not being able to crit is her intention is that she can, do some decent damage with non-crits. And you spec her more into, HP, whatever stats. So, I don't know. We could use a normal Ocean Hue Clam if we wanted. That might actually be ideal. We can use... every bone in my body wants me to do Crit Kokomi here. But, like, I just did a Crit Kokomi video. I don't need to do a Crit Kokomi video again. Okay. I need to hurry this up, though. We're being too slow. Okay. I should have figured out what artifact set I wanted to use. Well, okay. You know what? Here. Let's just test first with a normal ocean. Why does Nubilat have it? Let's just test with a normal Ocean Hue Clam build. Okay. See what happens. Wait, no, I want a hydro damage bonus. Sorry. Oh, but we don't have a circlet. Okay. So, by the way, the reason for this, part of the reason for this, at least, is she gets normal and charge attack damage bonus when in her burst state, based on her max the bonus that she gets from her will get increased based on 15% of her healing bonus. So she gets a damage bonus from healing bonus, and that means that's part of the reason why, like, she can get decent damage on, like, an Ocean Hue Clam stat, right? In the first place. But I don't have an onset healing circlet. So, or any circlet for Ocean Hue Clam. Which means I have to use an HP goblet, which isn't as ideal. So, I think we are just going to use the HP couplet. Oh well. Let's see how it works. I guess we can yoink that from Gene. We do need ER. That is probably the biggest concern here, actually. We will try Prototype Amber. Alright. 40,000 HP, 158 ER, Ocean Hued Clam build. Let's see. I don't know. Let's see. Again, the idea is not that she gets insane damage, but her vaporized damage should be actually pretty okay. Is the hope. But we shall see. Okay, rotation-wise, I think we do Scofier. Sorry, no. We do Emily E into, again, I'm not planning on bursting on Buika. Yes, it makes sense to burst on Buika in this team. I'm not gonna do it. Bap, do this. Okay, do that. Yeah, I think this is clear. Alright. Let's go. And by the way, you know, I think we have a number of various Dendra-related teams in my list here for things to try. So, yeah. Anywho's, I apologize for using Dendro. I find Dendro fun because I find reactions fun, and the different ways you can utilize different Dendro reactions because of how like the different auras work. Like, say we're using Burgeon here. We're using the Burning Aura here in order to like get some vaporizes on Kokomi. Not that they're insane, but some damage on Kokomi. But also just to, you know, have the nuance of have some Burgeons use the Cryo to help reduce the Pyro Aura. The balance there worked out, right? We had enough burning uptime to keep up Emily damage. We had decent amounts of Burgeon cores being generated, and Kokomi was doing her thing. So I don't know. The dynamic worked. The idea worked, and I like that. I do kind of wish I was doing Crit Kokomi, because I don't know. Crit Kokomi, even if not better, feels more satisfying to me. And my brain wants to do it, but it's fine. I've done Crit Kokomi in the past. I can resist the urge for Crit Kokomi. It's fine. We're fine. Rosaria. Bap. Should I give Rosaria the high refined Bap? I think I should. Let's be smart. Give her the high refined Bap. Just in case, because her energy needs might have been the most sus ones in the team. Okie dokie. Bap. Wait, no. We do E, and then we do, like, burst. Yeah, okay. Good team for the second side. Let's just do... I haven't used Chlorinde Overload against the Mighty Butthole. That does not have off-field pyro. Here. Is this going to work? This will probably work, right? Surely. Is that enough pyro? Like, it should be fine with the papillas. I should probably do aggravate instead, right? Like, I mean, you know what? Screw it. I said I was going to do really strong teams on the second side. I didn't even reconfigure Dia's build for that. I should put her on tenacity, whatever. Screw it. Okay.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sight.
Do this. Wait for him to get his health bar. Do this. Okay. Bam. I love that. I like see. I like Burgeon a lot. I don't know. It's fun. It's fun that this works as well as it does. Ow. 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 Can you... Okay, I'm skill issue, but, you know, it's fine. By the way, Muiga is going to be, like, worse, I think, than Pyro Traveler without C1. think I forgot to refresh the jellyfish, didn't I? I want to save my burst. We're almost done here. Wow. I don't know. Burgeons is really fun. Like, it just takes a weird balance of things to make it work. Like adding a cryo. It's unintuitive, but adding a cryo unit in oftentimes gets you more Burgeon damage. And I don't know. Anyways, it's sad. It's fine. But and this. I don't really want to. I should burst there. Yep.
Shoot on sight. Ready. Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Stop right.
As you wish, me.
Look alive. Time to testify.
I probably should have Dia'd there. I just. I don't know if that actually makes sense. I don't know. Anyway, we could have used Dia to get the shield down faster, right? But this instead. This. And we do this, because Dia can get decent damage. Did that actually make sense versus doing Chlorine? No. But, you know.
Into the shadows.
I probably should have bursted there instead, but. It's fine.
Shoot on sight. You asked for it.
That
Drop your weapons.
mostly miss.
Let's get it on. Hi. Move it.
When? Yeah, I think we're fine. Alright. Tap. 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 Energy, please? Yeah, there we go. Okay. That was definitely an Emily signature weapon moment. This team might... actually, that's actually something I think good to call out. This team might be a little bit less functional without Emily's signature weapon. This is one of the reasons... this kind of team is one of the reasons I'm going to make a video, I think, about how, like, Emily's signature weapon can have a gameplay affecting experience. Oh, well. Right over here, please. And I think that's kind of unfortunate, actually. But you can still play these kinds of teams. It's just potentially more awkward. Bap. Okay. Okay, I need to get level 2. There we go, okay. I didn't do this well. Wait. Okay. I have bungle rotations, so it's fine. Okay, worm. Ow. I want to wait for your skill. Okay. Let's just do this. Well, this was a terrible clear. I think I played this a little bit bad, but at the same time, it should be fine. I could definitely get better, but I want to not get lost with too many teams. Oh, come on. I didn't have... Oh, my God. Okay, yeah, I'm so skilled. I'm resisting the urge. I really want to clear this better, but, like, I just chose to clear slow there because I didn't think it mattered, and I still think it might not matter. But we'll see. Maybe it did actually matter there. It might matter. I don't know. Let's see.
Into the shadows.
Uh-oh. Oh, it might matter. Ah, crap. This team does not work as well against these because of, how do I solve that problem? I guess I just don't Dia at the start? Okay, I guess what are we doing? Oopsies. Maybe you should have used a different team on the second side. My bad. Alright. It's fine. More opportunities to play this better. Surely I can do a better clear than I got before. Alright. Do this. Do this. I guess just place that down. No, we lose the damage from it. That's fine. I don't know why I did that. Okay, do that. Okay. Bap. The world to not have your burst back, but it'd be preferable, but it's fine. We're going to this space anyways. Where's the thing? Oh, it's this one. Ah, crap. I'm gonna miss the teleport. Yeah, I missed the teleport. Ah, crap. Okay. It might still teleport. Yep, okay. Bunch of time wasted there by not getting the teleport. Okay. That. I want this. Okay. $22,000. No, come on. All right. Well, it was better. Not ideal, but better. Okay, idea here is simple. We just save DAE. Yep. We're not getting electro reactions anyways, because D as E doesn't work against these shields, so we're not getting more official procs, so may as well just save it to do this, right? And then this. Do that. I should have done that. That was dumb. That. I would like to get buff up. I don't know if that actually matters though. Okay. There we go. There we go. Just had to play a little bit better. Alright. No problem. Blap. Is this gonna be awkward the way up? I think it is. Do we have the talent? The problem is we have less talent damage. Okay, I don't know. We'll find out. Hey, look at this. We're getting freeze, and we're getting virgins. Wait, I don't have weakest skill going. So we weren't getting virgins, but you know. All right. Do this. I should have saved that, shouldn't I? No, crap. Okay. Okay, this is a I should probably Mawika burst moment, right? But oh my god, why do I keep getting overloaded? Really? I'm okay. Like I'm stubborn, and I really don't want a Mawika burst. But like, realistically, is Escoffier better in this team than Rosaria? Yes. Yes. Okay, what we're gonna do is try to use Emily burst better. I do not succumb to having to rat from the sky yet. Do we save Seal All or I think we do save Kokomi burst, just in case. Okay, we definitely save yours. Do that. Please die. Okay. Okay. Do that. Freeze die, please? Why don't you? Okay. Just no, you're not. Oh no, I did that wrong. Okay. Well, maybe it'll be fine. I got it. All right. Hey, we didn't Moiga burst at least. I count that. We had the motorcycle a little bit, but oh well.
You can't run. Lights out. Tournament of defeat. Yeah.
The balance of like having freeze going and burns and vaporizes. I don't know. It's just a pleasing team. I find that very enjoyable. I find it very, very enjoyable. Okay. Do this. Do this.
Stop right there.
I probably should say that. Whatever. It won't matter.
You cleared your way.
That was a surprise. Okay. I mean, this isn't what I like. I'm done playing the Kokomi team. Like, I don't need to redo this, but at the same time, I refuse to let that be the end result of what just happened.
Allow me. Judgment. Shiver. Russian swirl.
Let's stand in the back first of all. Do this. Okay, let's make sure we get level 2 on. Okay, there we go, finally. Do this. Really? Really? Please?
Rise with the sun.
Okay.
This'll brighten up the place. Allow me.
Oh, I didn't have her skill going yet. Oh, well. Okay. I mean, I think I know I had a problem that time. Okay, well. Hey, at least this is this team keeps damage going skill damage wise. Mostly, kind of.
A little ambiance.
Oh, that was terrible, but you know. I already had the better clear, it's fine. I think I would prefer to play this team with Kurt Kokomi. Well, I don't know. It's kind of hard to make Kurt Kokomi work in this team, I feel like. But, you know. Anyways. Okay. Do this. Yeah. This is why I should not have bursted last time. Let's do this. A bit awkward, but it's fine. Really?
Hunt them down.
Bye.
You asked for it. Final warning. Odds reveal the into the shadows.
No, I thought I'd get that E out. Alright. I didn't mean to do that, but you know, why not? For fun.
Ready.
Wang. There you go. Scoring good against Papilla. Who knew? And Dia could be on a much better build. Dia should be on a tenacity build for that team, right? But she's not. She's on a damage build. Anywho's, yep, there's Kokomi. I don't know. I actually find Kokomi still to be a fairly fun unit in different ways, but like if you want my overall review on her, I don't know. I think she's lost some value over time because, like, in particular, her healing, needing to be on field for her healing with Frina is an awkward anti-synergy. It's not like she doesn't have synergy, but it's not that compelling of a combo. Like, I basically never find myself doing it. I don't know, some people like to do, you know, on-field Kokomi with, like, taser teams still, but I think those struggle to keep up, too. But also, I don't know. You can do fun shenanigans with her still, right? Her value of being able to do Hydra application plus a little bit of decent damage contribution is enjoyable. And I think it's really fun to do crit Kokomi. I would have done crit Kokomi in this if I hadn't done crit Kokomi literally just like a couple weeks ago. So, I don't know. You know, if you want Kokomi, I think there's plenty of ways to utilize her, realistically. And honestly, with Escoffier existing, you know, there's even more ways to utilize her, because you can throw her into an Escoffier team as a generic utility unit, right? She is a Catalyst unit. You can put Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers on her. Like, she's going to be one of the better options for various forms of Escoffier teams, but she's very rarely, like, the best option kind of thing. And I think that's fine. I think it's fine. Like, she's still a useful character, but not one you feel like you need to have. And I think that's the healthy balance for most characters to be in, right? So, anyways. That's Kokomi. Now, let's do Mr. Kazumaha. Okay, so Kazuha is an animal unit, and if you don't, well, if you know anything about animal units, it's very easy to do shenanigans with them, to say the least. I am gonna try something. Should we do this on the second side? Because this is a team we can do on the second side. Mualani best TDDS holder. Yeah, indeed. So I do have, by the way, C2 Kazuha. So, you know, keep that in mind. I think we are probably gonna, well, I don't know. Okay, so first of all, Kazuha has a really big plunge multiplier. So both his press and hold skill damage, and then his actual plunges. Like, he can be a quite good plunge DPS if you want to do like Shan Yun things with an infusion, or even in some ways without an infusion. But I think the most fun I've had with Kazuha
You want me on your team?
is C6 Bennett, turning him into a Pyro DPS. Right. So that's the goal here. Question is, what direction do we want to go in? I think I want to try something new that I haven't tried before. I think I'm going to use Emily again. Sorry. Whoops. Too much Emily bias is showing. I think this is the last team I have with Emily. Well, technically, no. Emily's an option for another team. We're going to try. We're going to try. But we won't have to. So, but anyways, I want to do Overburn. I've never tried this before. I want to try Overburn Kazuha. So, we're using Emily, doing Emily damage. We're having Fischl. We should have Aggravates going. And then we have C6 Bennett, Pyro Infusion. Hopefully we get Aggravates from Kazuha. Like, I think we infuse Kazuha bursts with the... Well, no, we probably won't be able to do that because Pyro's going to be priority with Bennett burst up. So, Okay, so Pyro... Well, that should... I don't know. It'll help in some ways. I don't know. It's going to be weird. I don't know. We're going to try Pyro Kazuha is my point. And in fact, I think we'll try Pyro Kazuha on the same thing we did with whatever. Anyways, okay, let's Pap. Okay, so do that. Arguably, VV is maybe still ideal here, by the way, because if we're doing Pyro Kazuha, VV will increase his swirl damage. It will increase his pyro damage. It will potentially maybe increase Fischl's damage if you get an Electro Swirl, but that's a little sus. So, you know, anywho's. Wait. Okay, actually, I just had a weird idea. I don't know, so...
Anyone need a coach?
Like, I don't... Okay, we're gonna try it. It's Kazuha and TF. Yeah, actually, I am kind of thinking doing that. It's kind of cope, but it's fine. Okay, so by the way, the idea. I should maybe explain the idea. Idea is we start with Eon-san, do Kazuha burst. We need to be able to burst consistently with Kazuha in this team, though. Then that seems ugh. Solo Animo Kazuha and bursting consistently is not two things that work together. I don't know. Screw it. We'll try it. Let's try it. Why not? We'll get a Discord bloop. Oopsies. You're on Fav. You're on Scroll. You're not on Scroll. I don't want to change her build right now, and I don't feel like explaining why. Official has to be better. I mean, official is probably better, especially with you not on Scroll. Okay, well, okay. I want to try I want to test the functioning at a baseline of this real quick. And you know what? Let's just test the functioning. Let's do. Yes. I'm gonna see. We'll see if TF works. I really don't know if it will. Okay, I think we might do Jade Cutter instead of yeah. Okay. Attack or EM? That is a good question. I think we'll do attack. And Goblet, we'll come back to it. Wait, well, do I have an onset like attack? No, I don't think I do. Electro, EM, Herm. I kind of want to do an attack Goblet. Is that acceptable? I think that's acceptable. Alright. How's that look? Pretty good. The ER is something we might have to revisit. 2333 attack, 197 EM. Yeah, let's try it like that. Okay. I want to try the functioning of this real quick. Okay. Yeah, the idea is overburn Kazuha. Obviously, this can work on the second side, by the way. But I think the second side is a little bit less interesting to try. I don't know. But the idea is having two attack buffers should be able to make him get pretty decent talent damage, right? With the infusion. We'll see. Okay, so idea was... Again, Eon-san is not... Why... Sorry, Windows just did a bug that I've been having, where when I'm in game, it's like, oh, we would like to make your mouse switch over to a different window, and so like I start clicking in game, and then my mouse is captured on a different window, and then I lose my input on my game. So, oopsies. What about air fryer? I mean, there is 5 million different things to do for shenanigans with Kazuha. He is one of the most fun units in the game, quite frankly. Like, his value is lower than it has ever been because of how many more strong supports and how, like, there's way more options for doing res shred in different teams that is easier to get, like, buffs going for and for whatever, right? Like, Kazuha's buffing value is actually lower than it has ever been. But, relative to other options in the game. But he's still one of the most fun units in the game, and I don't think many people would feel like they regret pulling him for his mix of overworld utility, damage utility, and different things you can do with him, right? So, I don't know. But I have used him a lot less now recently, since the natlenning of, like, way more strong supportive options. Alright, so do this. And then do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Alright. Bam. That wasn't that much damage. But Thundering Fury is working. Okay. That wasn't as good as I hoped it'd be. Okay, Official's gonna be better.
Time to go.
I was hoping that'd be better. Oh well, it's fine. Am I disappointed? Yes. Is it unusable? No. Particularly in AoE, I think it's kind of usable. But yeah, we should probably just use it. What's their bucket? Don't kill that, please. He carried you until 5.3. I think is worth it. Yeah. You can never escape the fish. Yep. We can never escape the almighty fish. That's fine. I should probably get better uptime on like skill resets anyways. Also means we probably... I think I won't bother with swirling electro now, which is fine. That'll actually make using C1 Kazuha a little bit better. But anyway, so I'm using C1, C2 Kazuha because it's more fun. Oh well. By the way, C1 and C2 Kazuha are definitely not worth it. they aren't that good. They definitely aren't that good. Okay, do this. I should have done that. Okay. I'm gonna redo. So I need to like properly do Kazuha. Hello. Do Kazuha EQE. Wasn't thinking. Oh my god, I'm already at an hour and a half in the stream. I haven't even finished half the teams yet. Oh no. It's fine. Surely I will finish the other ones faster. Okay. Do you... Why did you start so soon? Okay. Do this. Snapshot official. Do this. Alright. Bam. Bam. I figured that would happen. Okay. Whatever. Okay. I like the dynamic of this team. I don't know why I did this skill here. Alright, I think it's fun. I don't think Kazuha was necessarily dealing an insane amount of personal damage here. I think VB might be better, but we ignore that. We ignore that. This is not the way to see the biggest numbers from Kazuha. Realistically, something with this, like, I think there's something we could do real quick. Maybe, like, with the same build we have, well, not the same build, but a crit focus build, like, I don't know, so what happens if we do Candace? What happens if we use Candace, right? Something real goofy like that. Like, I don't know, Candace Farina? Like, I want to illustrate that there is different paths to go. You do not have to do the thing that I am doing.
Journey ends here.
That.
Lord of
No, okay. You, I guess. Obviously, TF does not make sense in this team context. But yeah. Okay. Well, this did not work as well as I was hoping it would, but, you know. To be clear, we hadn't killed this thing, and you gotta kill this thing to get resistances down, but... I forgot the Candace infusion overrode Bennett, by the way. So... Don't recommend that. Okay, I mean, like... realistically, you know... Is that, but I don't know. You get this is fun, to be clear, but I think it's more fun with Kazuha than it is with some other units to do that. It's more fun doing that with Kazuha than it is Shao. But anyways, we're gonna do our TF shenanigans. Why? Because TF shenanigans are fun. Okay. Do I use it on the first side? No, I think it makes sense to use on the second side, right? Because burning Gobur on the second side. For wrecking Papilla shields and whatnot. But for the same reason, I think it's actually funnier to use it on the first side. Right? Make it work on the first side to be like, nah, I can wait. I can do burning on both sides. You can't tell me what to do. Here we'll do. I've never. It'll be fine. Yeah, here, just it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Use Nahida. It'll be fine. Okay, yeah, Emily into Bennett into Fish into, yeah, okay. We can do burning shenanigans. We can do overburn on both sides.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Bap.
This'll brighten up the place.
Alright, bam. Alright. I really wanted... Oh, I should have waited to do that. Whatever. Oopsies. It's fine. Apparently you need more than 240 ER on Bennett in this team. Okay. Bap.
Time to go. Into the wind.
Fresh and floral. Wings of dark.
I don't want to have to burst. Well, I probably should have bursted. Okay. Well, I definitely should have bursted. Okay, I definitely should have bursted. Oopsies. My bad. Okay. Or electrocharge. I mean, yeah, electrocharge would have been fun too. Physical causal. Okay, so physical shenanigans I think don't really work because there's not enough compelling formats to do physical in the game. The only time I found physical works is when it's in rare circumstances. Like physical Moika works, but that's because Moika's still doing like pyro damage when you're doing physical. She also works if you don't do her skill at all with physical. I made a video on that, but anyways. I don't really like physical causal. I've tried it before. It's an option though. I guess we may as well use Nahida Burst. Okay. Bam. Bam.
Hunt them down. Into the shadows.
Okay.
Light it up. Throw. Shoot on sight. Ready.
I think we are fine.
Stay cradling. Temple of
I don't know if we're gonna get Scroll as consistently in this team because Nahida's Muika's on Scroll and she quite consistently will give electro damage bonus because, well, no, I think we just got it there. But if you watch the aura on the enemy, once you see electro there on the enemy briefly, usually what happens is Muika will trigger an overload from off field and that gives the Scroll buff. But I thought that this team might be a little bit more inconsistent for the Scroll buffer electro damage bonus because of the higher Dendro application, but I think it's fine. It works.
everybody stand. A little on.
That. And group.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Into the wind.
Alright, I think what we do is we do that. We do this.
Floral. Teamwork is
Bap,
teamwork.
bap, bap.
Fantastic.
I just got pushed outside of the burst, whatever. I don't think Kazuo is triggering. Just be like, without doing a electro burst infusion, I don't think Kazuo is doing any meaningful TF procs. By the way, I just realized. So, this maybe should be played in a different way or use a different build.
One with wind and cloud.
Most likely is all that means. Nice.
Let's light
I
it
don't know
up.
why I did that. Okay. Do this. Do this.
Teamwork is
Bap. Bap.
Fresh and floral. Let's light it up.
One with nature. Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Wind strike.
A little ambiance. Let's light it up. Odds reveal.
There we go. That was okay.
Light it up. This may hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
Nope, that was bad.
Time to testify. Burn it down.
Wait.
Ready.
I actually think it makes sense to do. Can I switch, please? Thank you. Okay.
Light it up. The Temple of Wisdom.
Load it.
Just die.
Committed to memory.
Die from burning damage. There you go. There you go. Get right. I think it's funny that we're doing. I've never tried to actually do overburn teams on both sides in the Abyss. It's obviously working perfectly fine. Alright.
Neutralize.
Bam.
Going in.
Clouds high. Birds fall.
Fresh and
Okay.
floral.
Bam.
Let's light it up.
That. Okay. Let's see. Well, we're just gonna let Emily kill. Okay. Okay. This.
Let's
This.
lighten up the play.
Not getting Kazuo versus is not ideal, but
Into the wind.
realistically, it doesn't matter. And we'll get it back right here anyways. This.
Adorn my night. Wind strike.
Going in. My royal fresh and floral.
Yeah, I think I'd spec the build in a different way for this team for how I was playing it. But it works. It's fun. I don't know. I like it. So I don't know what else there is to say about it. I don't think C2 Kazuha was really doing that much. C1 Kazuha obviously doing a bit more because it was giving us extra skills. I feel like just for personal enjoyment, I'd maybe use Sack Sword. Even like on a crit focus build, I think I might use Sack Sword with a C0 Kazuha in that team. Because it's just more fun. I don't know. We don't need to clear this. Alright. See? I don't know. We could, like... Realistically, do the whole 6-hour video just on Kazuha shenanigans alone. I think he is the most versatile character for doing different kinds of weird things, and also just maybe the most versatile character without doing, that's the wrong page, without doing weird things on this Chronicle banner, right? He's still a very valuable character, and I don't know, he's a lot of fun. I've done many a thing with him in the past. We'll probably continue to do many a thing with him into the future. But he's also still, you know, again, like less necessary than he was in the past because we have so many other choices for compelling buffers, and they seem to be going in a direction of releasing buffers targeted towards specific archetypes that give more buffs than someone like Kazuha does to the team, which kind of means if you have those buffers like Escoffier, if you have future buffers that buff, you know, different team archetypes, have Shalonin, maybe there's more reason for you to get extra enjoyment out of Kazuha by doing some kind of shenanigans. Obviously, I don't think it necessarily looks like this exact build we did here. I think this exact build was probably not the route to go for how that team was being played. But it still worked. It still worked perfectly fine. So, I don't know. Anywho's, put back my Kazuha back to a normal build because I could have done this same team, by the way, like with my Kazuha on VV, and it's possible it could have cleared better. I'm not confident that is the case. I think it would have been relatively similar at the end of the day, though, right? Because it's not like our talent damage was so high that, you know, we meaningfully needed that. And that they needed him to be on crit. So I don't know. There's definitely ways to see way bigger talent damage from Mr. Kazumaha, but that's fine. Anyways, yeah, the lack of AOE Abysses is definitely working against him. Like Abysses used to be formatted pretty consistently in a way where there was one single target E side and then there was one more AOE focus side. And now the AOE in Abyss most of the time is just, you know, at best 2 enemies of AoE that usually have strategies to group them easily anyways. There is still utility, like part of what we saw there in the first chamber was how Kazuha can help, like with consistency at least, with forcing the enemies to be grouped together. And then Emily Burst is doing additional damage value when that is happening. Like that's part of the reason I wanted to show this is I think Emily Bennett Kazuha combo is very fun. And then you can just throw in another off-fielder that does additional reaction damage and synergizes with the element combination, and then get some fun on-field value from Kazuha, right, on whatever build you do on him. So, anywho's, I think he's a really fun character still. That's kind of all it is. So, anywho's. So, Yarp, he's inconsistent. I mean, yeah, I don't know exactly what you're talking about Kazuha there, but yeah, in general, I don't know. Kazuha's value is just dependent on the kinds of content that there's available, and the kinds of content they've been making makes Kazuha a less relevant character in conjunction with all the other stuff I mentioned before, with like newer buffers being available, and particularly more ones targeted towards niches that are even stronger in those niches where Kazuha can't be put in those teams. To use the character's buffs to their full potential. So, you know, Shiver's teams and Escoffier Hydro Cryo teams being the best example. But I also think Shalonen is in the conversation there somewhere too. So, anyways, I don't know. He's in still, I think, a fairly balanced place. He's not as like, like in the past it used to be like if I was gonna play on someone's account that didn't have Kazuha, maybe it would have been like, ugh, okay, it's kind of annoying that you don't have Kazuha for this Abyss. But Sucrose still exists, and like, hey, we can just level up Sucrose instead and get much of what Kazuha provides, with some downsides, some upsides. Sucrose does have some value over Kazuha, actually. Kazuha is not just an objectively better Sucrose. There is nuance to the two characters, but anyways. He's still a very fun, windy, jumpy boy, and I think the most fun thing you can do with him is just speccing into his plunges more, so, I was doing what you can do with C0 with Sack Frag, or Sack Sword, sorry. So, I don't know, TF, Sack Sword shenanigans are maybe where he's at his most fun, in my opinion, but your preference may vary. Maybe you'll just want to do Shun Yun things to see really big plunge damage numbers. I don't know. Anyways, let's move on to the last character on my account, which is, just in case you're not familiar with
amuse
me at all, I'm a little bit of a Yai main. Like, realistically, she is the character I default to the most often. Like, as much as Kazuha I do think is the more versatile character on average compared to, like, Yai. But I could, like, if I was going to do a 6-hour stream on Kazuha and all the different kinds of teams on him, I could do a 20-hour stream on Yai. Because of my personal enjoyment, investment in Yai, different kinds of shenanigans. I've done all kinds of weird builds on her in the past. I think one recent video I did was like a full EM Yai build, because she has her passive, right, that gives her damage bonus based on having EM. So this means with like some pretty specific artifacts that have like EM main stat, but also still a bunch of crit, she can get very good talent damage and still do really high transformative reaction damage with overloads, with superconducts. That's mostly a joke, but electro charges and still get, you know, additional aggravate value, of course. Hyper blooms as well. In fact, actually, one interesting team that, you know what, I'm gonna try. Let's see.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
I'm not.
My magnificence.
gonna go through Abyss, I think, with this team. But
Pencils at the ready.
you know, while I won't use a Scofier for, I'm not gonna use a Scofier for Ayato, Ayaka, or Kokomi, but not Hyperbloom Yai. Yes, Hyperbloom Yai. But like this team is just, you know, Hyper Fridge, where you get additional Bloom Core value, and you don't have to use Nahida here. Basically, any Dendro should work pretty well. Off-field Dendro, ideally. Scofier is a healer. You get damage bonus. Yai can do talent damage. Frina does talent damage. Scofier does talent damage, and then you get additional on-field value from Yai. Yai is actually the main thing I want to demonstrate here, without going through a full Abyss run. Yai has ways of being utilized on field, just in general, in a lot of different team contexts. I should have Yai before I did all that, by the way. But what happens here is you have Cryo and Dendro that can exist on the same time as on enemies. And as long as you position yourself a little well, I wasn't even paying attention, I was too busy yapping, but as long as you position yourself well, you can very easily trigger Dendro cores with Yai. And she has the ability to be built for damage and a bunch of EM still, right? So it's very easy to get good skill talent damage, while also still getting good transformative reaction damage, aka things like Bloom or other transformative reactions. But, right, it's very easy to trigger Blooms with this character. You have to, like, reposition a little bit, but you saw that one was at a very... Oh, don't kill it! I think it died. Frick. You can very easily trigger Blooms. Like, she's actually one of the better Bloom triggers in the game to use on field. Like, she has this... There's misinformation that Yai is bad with Hyper Bloom because of the fact that her skill doesn't target the Bloom cores, but I think it would be very bad if her skill targeted Bloom cores. But so she's not an off-field Bloom trigger, but she's an on-field Bloom trigger, and being able to control that is actually meaningful. So, anyways, thank you, Glorp. You're welcome. Hopefully this stream is valuable to you. So I don't think I need to go through a full clear in Abyss in this team. It's a thing you can do. I wish to illustrate that, like, you know, various forms of Yai Dendro damage works, right? Or Yai on-field Bloom shenanigans works. You could do Shan Yun, right, instead, and do Plunge Yai, and that's an option. One team that I like, actually, as far as Plunge Yai a lot, this is one of my favorite on-field Yai teams. I find it quite enjoyable. To be clear, I actually prefer Oron over Eons on this team. And the reason is because it allows me a better dynamic of starting Yai's skills at a time in the rotation that gives me better uptime. Like, it allows me to use more of the plunge buff because she's limited. You can get 8 instances of plunges buffed by Shanyan, right? So 8 jumps and plunges. But trying to also fit in using Yai's burst at the proper time is kind of awkward with Eon's on, whereas Oron offers rotation flexibility that I can time Yai's burst properly and also get a bunch of plunges in. So I like the dynamic of this team a lot, but I also have like Oron and Elegy. I preferred it without C6 Oron. I do have C6 Oron now, and I prefer it even more with C6 Oron. Point being, you can get pretty decent on-field damage out from Yai here. Another team, though, that I play that I think I will show quick, and I'm probably going to make a video that maybe I go more... Well, I don't know if I'll go more in-depth in this. I'm probably going to make a video about Yai soon, TM, where probably, like, okay, I've mained Yai for 3 years now, technically over 3 years, and talk about how, like, she's versatile. I get a lot of value out of her. No, like, she's like, again, most characters, I think, in balanced states, where, like, you don't really need to have to feel any pressure to get this character. This is not the kind of strength I'm talking about, but simply that what I find most strong in character kits and most valuable to me is character versatility and how many different ways they can be utilized. And Yai can be utilized in on-field ways. Yai can be utilized in quick swappy ways. Yai can be utilized in just off-field ways, with the cost of requiring a little bit of, like, time for her doing, you know, right now, right here, emerge. But anyways, the favorite new team I think I want to showcase is the dynamic of both Yai doing off-field damage and Yai doing a little bit of on-field damage, but the on-field damage is more just a dynamic of properly timing Yai's burst and keeping up as much ideal uptime as her skill as possible in this team context. And it's a Shivers
A
team.
little extra training never hurts.
And this is actually the first Dia. This is also just the first Dia Shivers team that I found I enjoyed. And the dynamic with Eon's on works really well. So I like this a lot. I think this, by the way, might work a little bit less well without C6 Eon's on, because part of the dynamic of this team is being able to flexibly choose to use like Dia first in the rotation or use Yai first in the rotation, like Yai burst. And sometimes you want to do Yai burst after you Dia burst with Eon's on buff going, and that means that I think with a non-C6 Eon's on, you might not have Eon's on buff up to snapshot when you cast Yai burst. But anyways, point is, this is a C3 Dia, a C2 Yai. This team is going to perform better than it might perform for you. Keep that in mind, right? That's all I'm really saying. It's a high investment Yai team. But I wish to showcase it because I really like the dynamic with this team. It's a team I like that's really fun and is quite unconventional as far as a way to utilize Yai, I would say. For this weird balance of quick swappiness, some on-field utility, but mostly like on-field, off-field utility, right? And is what I've been playing a lot lately. So, yeah. Oops. We could do this team on the second side, by the way, because it does have pyro. I have used it to clear the second side. And I actually think, so by the way, this team was very, very good in the previous Abyss cycle with the Tulpa and the Hydro local legends. Dia is just really good against the Tulpa and local legends with an invested build in general, honestly. If you're struggling with it, even with a C0 Dia, I think not just Dia like damage build, but like a C0 Dia just on a supportive build might be better than you expect at helping you deal with that. But anyways, particularly in a Shivers team context, doesn't have to be Dia Yai, just like Dia in a Shivers team context. We don't have the Tulpa right now, of course, so we're not going to see that same exact value. And I think there's some problems, like I think overload knocking these wind operatives around is going to be problematic. But either way, I think it's fine to showcase it on the first side. I think it's kind of interesting to showcase it in a context where there's some downside, but also some downside to like the overloads, but also some, thing you can work around, right? You can work around how overload is pushing enemies around to your advantage. But anyways, I like the first side as a balanced approach for showing the nuances of the team compared to the second side is just, again, more application check and everything. It's not that interesting. Where's Eon's on? Blap. Bap. How many characters builds have I screwed up, by the way, so far this video? I think Eon's on is still on Noblesse, which is not ideal, but it's fine for this team. I'd prefer Scroll, but there's actually some minor problems with getting Scroll buff consistently, but it's usually not that problematic. But anyways. So Noblesse is fine on Eon's on. I don't have a weakness, so you use Dia and Chevy teams, as you should. Dia is better.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Do this first.
Pound into the
Kill the thing. And we switch to Dia. That's not ideal. Bap. That's dumb. Eh. By the way, I forgot to funnel energy. Okay. My Dia build definitely, ideally, wants to have energy funneled to her, normally. Could have maybe Yai bursted there, but I didn't properly think about it. I didn't get particles there properly. Okay, misplay is all around, I would say, here so far. Okay, here's a circumstance where we can on-field Yai a little bit. There you go. Not bad. I've cleared much faster, but I've used that team already in this Abyss on the first side before. I have cleared faster than that. That was not perfect by any means, but it was a perfectly fine showing. There is actually in most Abyss chambers I have found there's a surprising amount of nuance to the gameplay of that team, and your clear times. It is so your experience can be wildly variable. Is kind of my point, depending on you. And that's fine. I like when teams have that nuance. You might not. You might want teams that are just more simple to play. Right? That's fine. Again, point is just to show teams that I like the idea of, at least. And if I don't like, or either teams obviously this was an easy example of like, it's a team I already play a lot. So here's a team I like playing a lot with Yai. I already knew it was good enough to actually potentially recommend at a decent investment level, unlike something like the Chiori team or whatever, right? But that's the point of this. We're messing around with different ideas and some existing ideas that I had in the past and whatever. But anyways, if I was realistically more of a enthused Chiori, if I had used Chiori for the last 3 years versus Yai over the last 3 years, I probably would have had something more specific to showcase with Chiori, right? But I'd probably also have, C1 Chiori, which would help out. C1 Chiori does more for Chiori than, C2 Yai does for Yai. I do think C2 Yai helps. I like having C2 Yai a lot. I actually kind of strongly feel, on an experience level, the real value of... I'm not going to use Burst here, because I think it's better to save. I should have been doing this. That was stupid. Alright, do this, funnel the particles, bam, okay, bam, and I guess we'll do this while we wait. I didn't need to do that 3E, I think, but it's fine. Anyways, so Yai C1, by the way, basically just does nothing. Yay. Yai C2, I think the most meaningful aspect to it is actually the range increase. There's a lot of circumstances where, like, particularly in, like, actually this team, where enemies just will get, like, pushed around, or they will just, not even them being pushed around, like, this enemy will just move around, and you can control, to be clear, you can control things, because you can abuse your positioning to get enemies to behave in ways that are beneficial, for when you're using certain characters' abilities and whatever, right? And to keep them within range of Yai's E. I do not think you need... I don't want to use Burst here. We'll use Burst here. I do not think... Oh, crap, I didn't... Oh, terrible misplays. Oh, terrible, terrible misplay. Okay. Okay, just die. Wow, that was terrible. I have cleared much better with that team in this. I'm not playing very well today in general, but that's fine. I'm showing more relatable gameplay. Whatever, it's fun. What was I saying? My brain is too distracted yapping. It's part of the problem, obviously. Less focused on gameplay decisions on a moment-to-moment basis. Die, please. All right. Reset this. Crap.
Into the shadow.
Point is, the damage increase from C2 does do something. Like, it's, I recall, like a 15% multiplier increase for her skill damage specifically. Doesn't do anything for her burst damage, which is a meaningful amount of her damage contribution in that team. And doesn't do anything for, like, if I'm doing normal attacks or whatever, right? Just her skill damage. And that is a lot of the damage contribution, but it's not like that is all of the team's damage contribution, right? So, point being, I actually think on average the range increase results in a different experience with using Yai more than the damage increase.
Right here, right now.
Wow. And I did use Yai for how long? I got Yai. I didn't get Yai on her, Yai C1 or C2 on her first banner. I got it, I believe, on her rerun banner. I should have bursted there. I'm playing terribly. I also should have. Oh wow, wow, wow. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Terrible, relatable gameplay. It's fine. We like relatable gameplay, don't we? All right. Wow.
Right now, emerge. Justice will prevail.
You already have your wrist back, though. Because, oh, I did that a bit early. All right, do this.
Come on out. Right here. Lots off.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, I see one I might be underestimating a little bit for its energy value in this kind of team. That's true. So that's a good point to bring up. Anyways, most of my experience realistically with Yai has been having Yai C2. But I use Yai for quite a number of months with not C2, with C0. So I had a good bit of experience, including when Dendro first came out, with using Yai C2. And I can tell you, for a while, C2 felt like it did almost nothing, because in aggravate context for Yai, C2 doesn't really do much for a damage value. Aggravate does so much more for C2, and aggravate does not scale with talent multipliers at all. It's an additive bonus, right? So the relative increase you get for aggravate Yai from her C2 is way lower. Go for 8 minutes? Maybe not. That's unfortunate. Oh, maybe we can. Oh, we did. We killed it on 8 minutes. Let's go. Anywho's, the relative damage increase you get from C2 Yai is, with aggravate, is not that high. So, you know, if you're always playing Yai in aggravate teams, I do not think you should probably get C2, most likely. But anyway, she has a lot of different contexts she's useful in. Chevra's teams realistically gave her a lot of extra utility. Her ability to just constantly ping Electro on units, and the value of like quick swap dynamic is really fun. And learning how to like time her bursts, like on like how I used her burst there twice. I don't even know, did I do a proper burst at all? I think I did at least 1 or 2 proper bursts, but anyways, timing her burst properly is ideally basically getting a feel for. So if you watch her skill cooldown, the ideal time to use her burst is basically right as her skill is getting back, because 2 seconds after that comes back, one of these is going to expire, and to get her full burst, you want to have 3 of these active. So if you want to not waste field time, and not wasting field time, this means it's optimal for damage output, right? You basically want to use her burst right as her skill is coming back anyways. So the idea would use her burst right now, because her skills was about to end anyways, and then do her 3E again. And this team has dynamics that can flexibly allow you to swap to Yai at times where you can use Yai's burst, ideally, and reset her skill at different times. But one of the weirdness, though, is like Yai has a 22-second cooldown on her burst, so, you know, it's like weird alternate non-consistent rotations. It's quick swappy is what I called it, right? Whatever. So, you know, it's weird. That's all. But it's something like Yai feels more valuable as you like start to get a feel for that. And you know, even a 3-year Yai player still screws up the timing of things when they're too busy yapping. So, anywho's, I don't know. I like this character a lot. Obviously. Do you need to feel the need to get her? No. But like, she's also, in my opinion, very, very easy with enough investment into her build. I think she wants build investment. But she's very easy to find value of in different team formats, whether it be Dendro, Aggravate formats, weird on-field utility with, you know, Hyper Bloom, Hyper Fridge, like I showed, Chevra's teams, you know, Plunge teams, Electro Charge teams, whatever, right? Like, she kind of works in pretty much any Electro format, as long as you don't need a ton of Electro application. Like, that's where Official shines over Yai, of course, is if you need more Electro application. Official does more of that. But, anywho's, that's enough Yai yap, I think. I really like this character. She's like one of my favorites, but she's in a fairly balanced state at the end of the day, and there's no particular reason to get her unless you like her. And if you like her, which is a good thing, I think she's a good, well-balanced, well-designed character. And if you like her, I think there's lots of ways to use her. But anyways, that's all on Miss Yai. Yeah, Yai and Burning Load teams. Yeah, exactly, right. I don't know. Electro is fun. Realistically, Electro is my favorite element in the game, and part of it is Yai, but also part of it is other fun Electro characters. I don't know if you notice, I'm doing like mostly Electro shenanigans. I have a hard Electro bias. No one calls me out on that. People will be like, I think you're underestimating C2 Farina, even though like I did the math, I'd done the testing. Anyways, but like what people should call me out on is Electro bias. But anywho, sorry. I don't know how relevant Yai will be in co-op for the new endgame. I think she will be very usable there because of high uptime, constant damage. But the thing with co-op is using an on-fielder that has better raw multipliers. Like an on-fielder with better is going to be better, right? An on-fielder, like realistically, Varessa is a lot better for co-op. She can use Scroll, she can use Prototype Amber, she can be the team's healer, and do decent damage. Her baseline multipliers are much higher than Yai. Yai's multipliers are balanced around her being an off-field unit. And using her for on-field utility is something you can do in single player because of the dynamic that when you're on-fielding a character in single player, they're not on-field 100% of the time, right? But they are on-field. They're on-field a short enough amount of time that having a short field time on-field value for Yai, it can be valuable just situationally, depending on the team context and whatever. So, I don't know. I don't think Yai is going to be useless in the new co-op mode, but I think, in general, off-field DPSs like Yai are going to be less relevant in the new co-op. As long as at least when there are off-field DPSs that don't do something else that is very synergistic for the other units on the team, right? So, we'll see, though. I'm certainly going to try to use her. So, we shall see. I think she'll be a lot more compelling than, like, Fischl. Realistically, again, as long as you don't need like Fischl's Electro application to like deal with a shield in the new end game, I think it's much more. It'll be much more fun to have the emerge right here, right now, and like doing Yai charge attacks. In the new end game. Wait, sorry, too much Yai info. Too much Yai Miko information. Like I like Yai. Anyways, let's move on. We got 4 more characters to do. I think actually what I'll do now, I'm going to move on to Ayato because I recorded some footage for Ayato on one of my viewers' accounts. I borrowed their account. And this one might annoy people. This one might be the one that annoys people the most. But I think it's the most, like, to be clear, I think most people, if you want to play Ayato today, I hope you got Escoffier. You're probably just going to do Escoffier things. And again, that can be fun to gain additional value from your Ayato. But I think the most fun thing you can do with Ayato is gaining value from him as a Hydro applier. Like, I think that's where his nuance lies in his versatility, is his, like, off-field Hydro plus on-field Hydro. And therefore, the ways to make him do more on-field Hydro is fun. So I'm sorry if you're going to hate this, but I like it because it lets me zoop more. Anyway, sorry, I'm repeating things that you're going to hear in this footage anyways. This is only like 5 minutes, I think, because I actually edited this, because I edited this with the intention of it being in the edited video, but now the edited video is just a live stream video instead. So anyways, let me play that, and then I can get logged into the other account in the meantime while I play that. So let's see, a video within the video, yes indeed. Where be it? There it is. I think there it is. Bam. Look at that. Oh, it's not formatted properly. Because I didn't check beforehand. Oopsie doopsies. Okay, it's just going to be a little not cropped properly, but that's fine. It's close enough. That's close enough. Alright, I should mute in-game Genshin, and I should mute myself while I log in. Alright, well, enjoyed this 5 minutes of Ayato that I did in the past.
Personally, I think the idea of
Sorry, Yai. Gotta shut you up. I apologize. For Ayato, I have borrowed my viewer Aiden's account. Thank you to Aiden. And we are going to do a Thundering Fury Ayato build. The idea is to just use this to increase his skill uptime to be more than 6 seconds. And we can still make him do damage, right? These are pretty good artifacts. This crit ratio on this account, this is Missplitter. This is the best build I can have. It's a little bit of a scuffed crit ratio. Don't do it. I hate the boba. And you might be wondering, okay, well, what kind of team do we need to do extra Hydro application? Well, it's Hyperbloom, I'm sorry. It's not just Hyperbloom, to be clear. It's Hyperbloom with Fischl. The general idea, though, with this is not to, like, get crazy damage from Ayato. It's just to use him to drive something else. And again, the point of this is to have a fun, unconventional way of playing Ayato. You can still play him with the Scofia teams if you want to. Don't let me stop you if that's what you find most fun. You might be upset with me playing Hyperbloom Ayato, but at the end of the day, I think what's... I should make sure I do it right in E-verse. Oops, I did that wrong. Ooh, we gotta... I should just do this while I wait, I guess. Blap. At the end of the day, I think the most fun thing about Ayato is Shoop Shoop, right? This is the most fun aspect to Ayato. So, that's what we're doing. I probably should have kept on Shoop Shooping for a little bit. But anyways, you can see the cooldown reduction happening, right? Hey, it works. What a world. Bam. Who knew? Let me do this. Should we avoid that damage because it's scary. This is not the most tanky team, just relying on prototype Amber healing, of course. But it's not the worst in the world. I think. You could put Black Sword on Ayato for more healing. Alright. Almost a 1 minute clear. Could maybe do better. Ow. Bad. Alright. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. I think that's a really fun Hyperbloom team. We don't have energy here. Not the biggest steal in the world. These should be an easy couple waves. Bap. Okay. And a couple second downtime. We just put Nahi E out again. And there we go. Okay. This. This. I didn't mean to do that, but you know, why not? It's fine. Okay. I died. Oops.
There is no escape. By royal decree. Make yourselves at home.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Mind the damage.
Shine down.
No.
Hey. Reveal that.
This will wait. Okay. Don't get hit by that. Okay. By the way, in case it's not obvious, the amount of teams you can really make use of Hyperbloom Ayato in is relatively limited. Mostly because it needs to be a team that has like high enough abilities, like high enough uptime abilities, like Raiden's E, for example, here, that can take advantage, and also Nahida's E, that can take advantage of having a longer amount of field time, right?
Everyone hold hands.
Let's do this.
Temple of Wisdom.
One of us has to.
Okay.
Let's play pretty little.
Be still.
And we should be good here. Took a little bit of damage, but no problem.
Illusion shattered. Commit to memory. Make yourselves at home. Reveal that.
Cascade.
The Temple of Wisdom.
The depth back.
Wings of Darkness.
Okay.
My
This.
containment. Cascade.
Ah, crap. I just spent his skill by accident. Oh, no. Okay, well, whatever. We have his burst going, right? Yeah, we have his burst going. Okay, that was a stupid mistake, I must admit. To say the least. But we're fine other than that. And you should die shortly. Yeah, there we go.
Justice o'clock.
So yeah, more Jupa Jupa and Ayato. That's kind of all it is. I think that's fun. If you disagree, well, too bad for you. But in my opinion, don't knock it till you try it. Oh, I wasn't ready for how quickly I ended that. I have more to say about Ayato. As someone mentioned in the chat, actually, like Ganyu Ayato things, and that is like one of the new. I gotta turn the Genshin audio back on. Is weirdly silent. All right, there we go. We're on someone else's account right now, but it was distracted. You have the fork. Oh no. That Ayato, like Ayato plus Ganyu, the burst targeting like works the same. Emily's is very similar as well, I believe. And so there's nuance to like shenanigans in AoE situations with Ayato, and freaking Windows just took my mouse away again. Thank you. There's like again, there's no like AoE content right now, really. So can't really showcase that. But I don't know. There's more shenanigans to be had. Point being, Ayato's a weird. He always kind of has been. He's a weird like jack of all trades, master of none. I kind of wish they had made him generate energy a little bit differently to give him more versatility. Like if it was more compelling to use him as just like an off-field hydro. Because he's a hydro applier that can do off-field hydro that doesn't require normal attacks, which is fairly rare in the game. So, you know, that's valuable, but his energy situation for doing that is kind of hard. So that lends his like ideal use case in a single target scenario with something like the Hyperbloom team, like I showed, for Hydra application value. And I don't know, he's a weird character. He's a weird jack of all trades, master of none. Same as he was back then, kind of what he feels like now, but it's become less and less valuable to have a jack of all trades, maybe, which is kind of a lot of the characters, to be clear, on the Inazuma banner. Like, you could say this is the same of Yae. It's the same of Yae, where she's a jack of all trades, master of none for Electro Wing. What was that gross sound I just made? That. I don't understand where that came from. Whatever. Speaking too fast and spit got in my lips or something. Anywho's, Boba is cringe. True. So, anyways, was it worth farming TF for that? I mean, like, you're doing that because of Hydra application value, not like, you know, because he gets insane talent damage. So, I don't know. Anywho's, bro, for some reason, most American Genshin YouTubers, I mean, that's because, I don't, what? Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. Anything else to say about him? I don't think so. He has some utility, because Hydra has utility. that's the point. He's just a little bit restrictive in exactly how his kit functions. I figured, I don't know, Jupe more is the most fun thing you can do with him. So, that's what I like. Oh well. Let's move on to some last couple characters. I think we'll end with Yoimiya. So anyway, we're on my friend Binge's account, aka Hungerworks. He has a couple characters, notably Ito, Ayaya, and Yoimiya's. And they're all invested with good build options. So I think we're okay. I was gonna start with Ito, but actually I think Ayaka is the easiest one to start with. Real question is, what do we need to master the build? Okay, so we're gonna do the last Burgess, or we're gonna do the last Dendro team, I think, here with Ayaka. And this one is again with C6 Bennett, and the idea is to do Pyro Infusion from C6 Bennett to and the burning aura to be able to get. I forgot that binge does fab on Bennett. I understand, but at the same time, I don't know. You even have a Skyward Blade. I don't know. There's something about this. I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Burn Mel Ayaka. The idea is burn Mel Ayaka, but not just burn Mel Ayaka. It's Burgeon Mel Ayaka. I understand Fav is good binge. I know Fav is good binge, but like, it's like you have the ability to do like a 300 ER Skyward build, and so it just pains me. I understand that at high investment levels you don't necessarily need the full buff potential for Bennett. It just somewhat pains me. That's all. Anyways, I think the Bennett build is fine. I think we'll survive with that. I don't want to muck around with changing the builds too much. Binge, do you think his Hungerworks Studio in chat? Do you think I should change the timepiece to an EM timepiece at least? It's probably the simplest thing I should do. Or do you think I should just leave the build this? Well,
a blade embraces its duty.
Never mind. I don't think we leave the build the same. No. Okay, never mind. I take back that consideration. Use Mara Sussy. Okay, yeah. So the team is going to be Farina, Nahida, Ayaka, Bennett, C6. Bap. That probably makes sense. Marasasi, I apologize to screwing up your artifacts binge. We'll see if we can remember. Okay, yes, I think we use an EM timepiece. Which one is the real question? That one is theoretically better. So, let's do the theoretical one that is better. Attack Goblet. I think we can stick with Attack Goblet. Nice. I mean, kind of the perfect piece almost for this. Anyways, oh, you weren't talking about the topic of the stream. Ah, I see. Okay. Are you free to play? No. And neither is this account. But also free to play doesn't mean anything. Free to play just means you have to be smarter with your resources. Right? Anyone can get a bunch of characters. These aren't all C6 characters. C0 Ayaka. And to be clear, I believe Nahida is C2. Yeah. But we're using Nahida C2 in a team that will not have any Electro. We are not getting any def reduction here. It's just the Burgeons will be doing more damage. And like, yes, Burgeon's doing more damage looks like it's doing a lot, but it's the entire team's damage contribution, like this 20% fixed crit rate, right? For Burgeons and Blooms. So Burgeons and Blooms doing 20% more damage and Burning Burn doing 20% more damage is not a 20% DPS increase of the team, because we are not doing anywhere near 20% of the, or we're not doing anywhere near the majority of the team's damage with those reactions. It's just an additional form of damage for the team. Anyways, so like this Ayaka team we're going to be using has nothing particularly about it that requires constellations. Do you have C2 Farina? You do. Okay. That I wasn't sure about. Ew. Binge. Here. Let's fix things. Let's fix things. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, you're using. Okay, we embrace Cope Farina tenacity build today. I'm not going to apologize for this. I'm gonna have to remember to fix this though. That is for sure. Bap. All right. Bam. Fix the Farina build. Perfect now. Sorry. There we go. It's perfect. It's ideal. Alright. Fixed. This Did I finish Ayaka? I don't know if I did. No, I did not. Okay. We need a feather or a flower. Oh boy, there's a heckin' lot of feather flower options. That's pretty good already. We do need energy. I didn't think about energy, did I? Ooh. Ayaka energy needs. Yeah. Okay. That. What energy do we have right now? I feel like not enough. I feel like that's not enough. But maybe it's fine. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. We can try it. Try it like that. So 350 EM, 2k attack. Idea is we're getting Burgeons, we're getting Melts. Binge does have these weirdly perfect artifacts for this kind of situation. With a whole bunch of EM substats to amplify Cryo Melts, amplify Pyro Melts, and get decent Burgeon damage from Ayaka. So, yeah. Anywho's. Let's just try it out. Let's just try it. I've never played this before, but I've seen it in action, so I'm fairly confident this will work well. Anyways, you can go offset for energy. How much energy recharge do I need? Do you know? Oh boy, the character order. I'm not used to it. Yeah. Anyway, C2 Farina, by the way, is obviously going to help. Oh, by the way, do you? No, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. C2 Farina, like if you don't have C2 Farina, put your Bennett on a healing focus build. Because of the fact that this account has C2 Farina, Bennett doesn't really need to be on a healing focus build. I actually still think it makes sense though to put Bennett on a healing focus build, even with a C2 Farina. But oh well. 150 to 160 is good. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I guess that. Use VVEM Sands. Okay. Ah, that piece. I see. Okay. Alright. That's still not 150. That piece, I guess. Okay. Well, now our crit ratio is in straight up cope territory. I could have sworn I've seen you have better build access than this. Yeah. Screw it. We'll try like this. There's constellations on Farina and whatever. It'll be fine. Surely. Surely it'll be fine. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Alright. Second half, huh? We're just gonna do something I am fairly confident can clear. Is your Shepherd's not level 9? Oh, interesting. Okay. You don't have Eon's on level up. Oh, you do. She's level 80, though. It'll be good enough for Varessa, I guess. Alright. First damage, wow.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sin. Your sacrifice is ready.
Should have waited to do things, but.
I see everything.
Ow.
Sharing my knowledge.
Alright.
Take flight. Coming Santorat.
Boy, I forgot how awkward Ayaka feels to play. Sorry, I need to put aside my negative biases towards Ayaka.
We meet at last, meddler.
God damn. Oh my gosh. Well. I don't think I'm playing this properly. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna save my burst. So the idea, by the way, is to do things like Ayaka burst, and while Ayaka is bursting is enough cryo that you start getting melts on the pyro attacks, and then, or you're getting, or some amount of like getting cryo melts and pyro melts while also getting burgeon reaction damage, right? Like you're always getting some kind of beneficial reactions being triggered. But I don't know, the build balance there maybe is not exactly where it's at right now. This should have saved that burst, but whatever. We have Xiangling here. It'll be fine. I have no idea what the investment of this Veressa is, but the answer is good enough. Nahida first, Bennett before Ayaka? Okay. I feel like you're losing a lot of... I don't know. You might not be. I'd have to go check what your Bennett is actually healing to see how cope your healing situation is for... with C2 Farina. Because like C2 Farina makes it so it should be fine to not have a healing build on Bennett, but like... that's part of the reason I was rotating with Bennett first, but okay, I will do Bennett before Ayaka. Burst damage again, huh? Alright, screw you too, game. Blep. I refuse to do burst there. I will do burst here at least. There we go, that was a little better. Not great, but you know. Better. Just wait. I'm gonna say burst. Well, no, I shouldn't. Never mind. I definitely did not play. I'm playing this terribly, I think. I can just tell when I'm playing teams poorly. Oh boy. Oh boy. Don't die. Okay. This. Oh, why did that? Alright, that's... yeah, there we go. Now I have no energy. Like, when the dynamic is working, it can obviously work and do good damage. I'm just failing to make the dynamic work. That's my overall vibe to that.
You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Stop right there. Nice and
Alright, there you go. Okay. Wait, really? Binge, what's wrong with your account? I don't remember the last time I saw the same buff on all 3 Abyss Chambers, just period. You have burst damage bonus in the friggin' every... It's technically, I guess, not bad for... for building. Would really have appreciated some crit rate. Good lord. Alright.
Make yourself a room. Time to shine. Going in. Embrace the ice.
See, that worked quite well. Alright, burst on you. Bap, bap, bap. This.
Full of wisdom.
Okay. Now.
So rude.
Oh crap, this might be a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, ooh, okay. Way out of optimization time. Oh boy, okay, that's fine. I kind of figured that would be the case. Burst reliant, this is a very burst reliant team. Not his burst is not necessary, but we want to save an Ayaka burst for when that shield comes up. So that's fine. Okay.
How dare you? Just stay free to live. Make yourself a room. Going in. Take flight.
I want to save the burst. Can I save the burst? I think I can get away with saving the burst.
Strike a pose. Let's light it up. Commit to memory. Whirling snow.
I should have made sure I had pyro going before I did that. Okay. Let's see. Can we... I think we can do this.
Share my knowledge.
This. Okay. Dead.
Everybody stand back. My apologies.
Okay.
For a swirl.
Now. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Make yourselves at home. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's take flight. Coming to art. Surrender.
Hey, look at those 75k burst hits. Wow. Why are you getting pushed outside of the burst? Bam. Die, please. Die. Oh, come on. Really? Yeah, this was such a satisfying end almost. Oh my god. Okay, well. That could be optimized. I think you could kill that in a burst. That was just a rude, sad ending. But, yeah, I don't know. I like that chamber actually showed, though, I think, that team starting to function much better than I was piloting that for most of it, right? So, I don't know. Take it for what you will. Do I think that's the strongest Ayaka team? No, not really the point of what we're doing today, right? Point of what we're doing is to muck around with different team. I should have done Eon's on first. Whatever. Don't worry about it. Point is to just mess around with different. We don't need to fight this. We can beat that. Mess around with different kinds of things. So, and it's something that, like, I don't know, you don't really see anyone trying to use Ayaka in that way. And one of the notable things is, as far as the relevance of trying to do this kind of thing on your account, because I think a lot of people probably have Farida, a lot of people presumably have Bennett leveled up, and a lot of people have Nahida. So this is a thing a lot of people can do, assuming you have Seasons Bennett. And the important thing is that it gives you extra elemental coverage, I think, more than anything else. Because extra elemental coverage lets you deal with much more situations, right? Like, you might, for anyone that felt like, I couldn't use Ayaka in the past 5 billion Abyss cycles that they made that, like, were very anti-freeze kind of thing. Well, you could have used Ayaka in a way like that, right? Like her sustained uptime for doing some kind of elemental application is valuable. Even without C6 Bennett, right, being able to do cryo. I think actually that team might work perfectly fine without C6 Bennett even. And maybe in some ways it'll work better because maybe you can see, because Ayaka's relatively quick swappable, right? You can swap off of her, you can do a Bennett E to refresh the Pyro aura to get burning going, swap back to Ayaka, do an Ayaka E, do a dash, do a charge attack, right? You can do actual cryo Ayaka rather than this weird hybridy mess that we're doing here, right? You can do different things with her and have value from her being a cryo. Like, arguably, the fact that that kind of thing works, like, realistically, there's a question to ask. Does Melt Ayaka, or whatever you want to call that, Virgin Melt Ayaka, does shenanigans with Ayaka where you consider using her outside of her main strongest intended archetype, aka Freeze, Escoffier, whatever, is she better than Skirk in that context? Maybe? I don't know. Skirk is not out yet. I have not used her. I'm going to use her in that kind of team and see if I like her in that kind of thing. But, like, Skirk cannot get cryo or pyro infusion from Bennett, so you can't do the same thing, but maybe it'll be fine in some ways. But then Skirk also loses a whack ton of damage multipliers when you use her outside of freeze teams. So, like, Rio is probably better. I mean, that might not be wrong, but, you know, not the point. Point is Ayaka versus Skirk. And Ayaka is definitely better than Risley in freeze. So, anyways, Tolma, Emily, Ayaka, Kokomi. Yeah, there you go. There's an option for for more shenanigans. Like, I don't know. She has versatility as like a cryo unit outside of just the freeze archetype. And I think that actually makes her a pretty well designed unit. The only reason I kind of really don't like her is I really dislike the feel of alternate sprint. I don't know. Playing my own bad habits with like liking dodging rather than liking shield focused gameplay where I stand still. I like to dodge a lot, even like subconsciously I will dash and dodge around a lot, and I really, really hate the alternate sprint personally. But that's my personal bias against Ayaka and why I don't think I will ever consider her. But that's fine, right? That doesn't mean I can't like still acknowledge that some of that is fun and very possible to do. And if I liked Ayaka a lot and didn't mind the alternate sprint, I could easily see myself playing that kind of Ayaka team all the time. So, anywho's, yeah. So, let's go on to the last two though. Should we do Ito or should we do? No, let's do Ito first. Okay. Also, can I fix your build? What did you have on before? Oh gosh. Oh boy. First of all, I know it was a gladiator feather. I think it was that. And I know you were on 2 pieces of the new set. I think it was that. And then that. And I think the goblet might have been the same. I have no idea what your timepiece was, though. It must have been Gladiator. Yeah, it must have been that. Alright. I think we got the Ayaka built back to where it was before. Alright. Not with that weapon, though. I believe it was with this, for some reason. Anyways. So, let's... So, you know how I said before how, like, Ito, Escoffier, Farina Shalona was Ito's best team, and I wasn't gonna play it. I lied. I am gonna play it, but hold your horses. But there's a twist. There's a twist because Geo units and claymores, like blunt attacks, can trigger shatter. They can trigger shatter. So, C0 Ito with Red Horn. By the way, this is a ridiculous Ito build. Like, look at this madness. Jesus Christ. Anyways, we're going to throw this ridiculously hyper optimized Ito build into trash. Not literally. I'm not going to throw away the artifacts. And we're going to embrace Shatter Ito. We're gonna embrace Shatter Ito in Ito's best C0 team with Farina, Escoffier, and Shalonen. So, yup. C0 Shalonen with her signature weapon. Escoffier. Troop. With what it was. Okay, I mean it's not the worst build in the world, but it's not great. it's not that good. I mean, you do have a lot of ER, I understand. But Binge, why don't you just run an ER timepiece though? Like, if I had her signature weapon, I'd be running her on ER timepiece. And in fact, I might put, yeah, I am gonna put her on ER timepiece for this. Alright, hopefully I'll remember to fix this after the fact. There we go. Hopefully that's fine. Farina should be fine from before. I fixed Binge's Farina build. I have no reason to change anything in Farina's build. This is perfect now. Absolutely perfect. Has no flaws. Okay, so Ito, my boy. Alright. By the way, this is the first time I played Ito in like forever. Other than like events. Should we, I mean, look, if we're gonna full commit, we should... if we're gonna full commit, we may as well use Mailed Flower. Oh boy. I guess Gilded Dreams? Hey, at least it should be easy for switching the artifacts back. We can put some crit on Gilded Dreams. Bam. Wait, do we need to burst consistently? I think we do. Oh, that's awful. Okay. Ah, frick. we're gonna need ER. We might need to do an ER timepiece on him. Oh no. Okay, we were gonna ignore that for a second. Alright, ER. 12% ER. 70% ER. Okay, thank goodness you have wonderful ER pieces. Alright, and then EM. ER. Well, that's kind of underwhelming. Wow, that's surprising. No EM goblet with more than 12% ER. Okay. What's it look like? 167 ER? A 30 crit rate? Shatter Ito is something you pay to see? Yeah, that's what we're seeing. He needs 140 ER on the team. Well, we have an excess. Perfect. I like excess ER. 840 EM. Mailed Flower Ito. Let's go. Shatter Ito. I don't know. Look, I think Shatter is fun to do with Chiori. This is the other thing I considered doing with Chiori, by the way. I considered doing Shatter Chiori. But I figured it was funnier to do Ito's, quote-unquote best-ish team. We'll just leave it simple and say best-ish. But then use the complete wrong build on him just because it's funny. And it'll work perfectly fine. So, anyways. Bap. Where are you? Shalonen, there she is. There she be. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. But I'm not gonna apologize for this. It's too good. It's too good. Alright, and we're just gonna use the same team as before, because it's simple. What is the Versa build, by the way? Versa signature weapon, Obsidian Codex, C0. Alright, yeah, very good Versa build. Alright. I'm not committing war crimes. I think Shatter is fun. I do think Shatter is fun.
Your journey ends here.
Off to the freezer. At first, the freeze.
Ready?
Here's the
Wait, I didn't. Why did I do that? Look at that, 20,000 shatter damage. I should have put instructors on someone. Look, we can brute force. Look at it's so strong. Look at the shatter damage. It's so strong. We can brute force. Oh, I should have put Bab on her. By the way, I have no idea what Ito's... Part of the reason I chose to do this is because I didn't want to have to, like, learn what ideal combos are in Ito. freeze, please? There we go. Nice. Oh, we got a 30,000 shatter, I think. Bam. This is stupid. In this team, it could be anyone inside of Ito. Yup, which is what makes me sad about the idea that this is Ito's best team, like, or that it even approaches his best team. Like, I'm pretty sure it is his best team with all C0 characters. But the fact that it even if it isn't, the fact that it might approach being his best team, I think is really sad. So, we need Fischl for Superconduct? You know what? True. Fine, let's redo. Screw Shalota. We don't need damage bonus. We don't need to see... Look, I was trying to split the difference, okay? I was trying to split the difference and say we could do, you know, damage with Ito and Shatter at the same time. But nope, you want pure Shatter? Fine, we'll do pure Shatter. I'm down. This is even less of an Ito team, but fine, we'll go all in. Even better, we can snapshot Scovie a weapon buff on Fischl. Oh god. Oh, frick me. So anyway, I genuinely find Shatter fun, but this is not really unique to Ito. Yes, other Geo units could do this about as well. Realistically, right? Chiori can. So, anywho, I started with the Chiori segment, by the way, TLG. So you can rewind if you want to watch the whole thing. But anywho's, this will probably work fine too. Probably. So, anyways, like the fact that this works like with Shatter, and it's going to work with doing normal Ito, like normal Ito on that cracked build before would be better. Like, duh. But I don't know. The point is just to show that you can do this kind of shenanigans, and I think it's funny. I think the 19,000 white damage, by the way, is actually the Abyss Blessing true damage buff. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Ah, 200 ER Scovie is not enough. Okay, well, I kind of want to go back to Shalota just to have a better energy situation, but, you know. You saw a 37k fizz hit in there? Yeah, there you go. That's kind of what I would expect based on my own past experience with Ito. Wait, you're supposed to do this with the Obsidian Codex first, I think. Blap. Oh, I did it first, but it doesn't matter that much. Blap. We're gonna wait until I get a second you out. I didn't mean to switch to you. I didn't snapshot, whatever. Who cares? It's fine. Why does Ito here? Because the shatter damage is very important. Look, I wanted to do a Shatter team with either Chiori or Ito. And I chose Ito. I'm sorry. The whole point was to do an unconventional, fun team with him. And I think it's fun to do a silly build like this. I was going to try to get some energy funnel to Xiangling for the next chamber, but it's fine. Nice. There's 30k shatter. And now we no longer get shatters. But it's fine, because look at our massive geo damage.
Off to the freezer.
Uh,
Pinnacle of excellence.
As you wish me.
It's showtime!
the 22k physical is just the Abyss Blessing. You can't trigger shatter against bosses.
Time to shine. Adapt to frosting. At first, flavor. By royal decree.
Can't catch me.
Teleport, please. Ah, crap. Oh, that's not what I wanted. What I get, though.
Off to the freezer.
Please, official. Official.
Darkness.
Oh, coming through! Let's roll!
Adapt to frosting. Goose on the loose. On for the... Time to shine.
No rest for the wicked.
Oh, come on. Okay, wow. There you go. Unit reviews next. Hopefully over the next couple days. Maybe tomorrow.
Justice will prevail. Drop your weapons. Stop right. Control breathing. On my...
Oh, I think it did. Okay. We should get this shield done very shortly. I would argue Kazuha is mostly a collectible character now too. Kazuha is so very unnecessary to have in the current state of the game. The vast majority of characters in this game are very unnecessary to have in the current state of the game. Yeah, anyways. If you care about the meta, which is the whole point of like the videos I make, and like why I try to do non-meta things that just try to appreciate how this game is designed in ways to allow you to just use characters in different ways. Right? And that's a good thing. Right? It's a good thing that characters aren't necessary to pull. It's a good thing that most characters are just in a state of, if you like them, there's ways to figure out how to use them in different ways. Even when you're doing as things that are as stupid as Shatter Ito, right?
Off to the freezer.
Please. There we go.
At first, flavor.
Yeah, so no character is fully necessary. But there's some characters that are very, very desirable to have. And quite frankly, if you don't have certain characters and you want to fully clear the new endgame, you're just not going to. Most likely. Okay, let's do this. Freeze, please. How? You didn't get frozen! Whatever. Doesn't matter. Shatter Ito. Shatter Ito can handle this. Surely. We'll get through it, right? We'll get through it. You get it. Yeah, I believe you. We believe in Shatter Ito.
Off to the freezer. The pinnacle of excellence. Midnight.
It's showtime!
33k shatter damage. So, I think this is one of the... Okay, quite frankly, like, Kave is a better shatter unit. I think Kave is a better shatter unit than Ito. In a weird way. I don't know. Because it just seems like we're not getting that many shatters. I think we just are consuming too much of the aura, like the hydro and cryo aura is being consumed by other things. So we're not getting that many freezes and much shatters. But I'm also, yes, biased towards Kave, to be clear. We don't need to complete this. We'd beat it. So, anyways, do I recommend Shatter Ito? No. Is it a thing you can use? I mean, yes. In Abyss, at least. In this Abyss, at least, yes. No, you probably shouldn't play Shatter Ito. But what else is there to do for shenanigans with him? Not much, in my opinion. I think you just... Like the way you use Ito nowadays is what I would personally describe as various forms of wheelchair teams. Farina Yelan Shalonen. Farina Escoffier Shalonen. Farina Shanyun is in my opinion a wheelchair format. What else? You can do Mono Geo, but like Mono Geo is it's not good. It's not good. You can go look up GC Sim data. Go GC SIM. I believe it's .app, but just Google it. It'll pop up if it's not .app. And then go to the team database, search Ito, sort by high, and be sad to see that like a Mono Geo Ito team with C6 Ito is less DPS than Muika. So, anyways, official hyper invested. I mean, it's a 4-star character, regardless of if it is. Official is a character you should maybe consider hyper investing in, unironically. But I would not really call this a hyper invested official build, but I don't know, it doesn't really matter that much to hyper invest in official. The difference between this official build and the official build that was 80 crit rate, 170 crit damage is not that high. But 80 crit rate, 170 crit damage in this build would be a very hyper invested official. So, anyways. So, yep. Anywho's, so should I guess let's go showcase the really strong Ito build. Just to without proper gameplay, to be clear. But let's showcase the really strong Ito build. With garbage gameplay, because I am not going to attempt to try to play this character properly. Oh god, you have too many hospices. I don't actually know which artifact it was. Crap. Okay, I know it had like 136 ER. I know I took a bunch of kooky pieces. So that's easy. Okay, those are all easy. I don't know what the timepiece was. And then goblet was, I know, a Geo goblet. Yeah, it was that one. Okay. What's this build look like? Okay. That was it. Okay, this was it. Alright, nice. Sure, let's show the completely cracked Ito. I feel like you need more ER than this in this team, but whatever. When fireworks go in like 2 minutes. Hopefully less. I'm just showcasing the first chamber, not doing a full run through. I just want to. I do want to give Ito credit that like you can make him deal more damage contribution than I was doing. I was mostly memeing because I didn't have any other good ideas for what to do with him that weren't just other forms of wheelchair formats, right? Like I consider them all just various forms of wheelchair, and that's fine. I think it's unfortunate for the state of his balance, but you know. Anywho's. Map.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
At first, it's flavor.
Let's roll. Who wants some of this?
Wow, look at them Ito numbers. How do you have enough more of all these characters? Well, this ain't my account. So, you know.
It's showtime.
So, there you go. That, to be clear, that's a ridiculously hyper-invested Ito build. Like, obviously that was a lot better than Shatter Ito. But point being, Shatter Ito can still clear. But, you know, C0 Ito, whatever. Fork is doing something, not nothing. Technically, his damage skills on attack, he converts defense to attack. So, anyways, you're also getting Shatter, technically. But yeah, as far as I can tell, that's Ito's best team with C0 characters. So I did rough calcs on it, and I was fairly confident it was better than his other C0 teams. But I could have made dumb assumptions and was wrong. And when you have a hyper-invested Ito with this good of a build, you know, it doesn't feel like a wheelchair team as anywhere near as much, right? Which is a good thing. Like, it's a good thing that he can reach an investment level where it doesn't feel very wheelchair and he feels like he's doing something. Like, he very much felt like he was contributing meaningful damage there, obviously. And that's good. That's good. It's just kind of unfortunate, I think, that, like, I don't know. It's kind of weird that Shilonen... This kind of, like, this problem exists because of the fact that Shilonen doesn't, like, the C2 thing, like why? Right? In particular, why couldn't, like, not even with C2, Shilonen can't heal with C2, right? So, even with C2, you can't do Ito, Goro, Farina, Shilonen, for example. You can't do that. You can't do Ito, Chiori, Shilonen, Farina. Like, that would be a compelling team with C2, Shilonen, if she could heal, but she can't. So, is Shilonen better than Yelan? I mean, okay, I didn't calc Yelan with Escoffier Ito. I didn't do Escoffier Ito Farina Shilonen versus Yelan. I assume Shilonen because, like, I feel like you want to use Shilonen in that team to make it feel like Ito is actually doing something. Because that is definitely extremely wheelchair if you use Yelan instead of Shilonen. But anyways, so I don't know. I maybe that's the lesson. I really wish they had designed Shilonen differently, because that could have uplifted Ito. But instead they chose to, like, for whatever reason, be like, oh no, we can't even with C2. Like, again, her not healing with C2 doesn't even, like, her C2 for the Geo, like, samples being always active is overrated because she doesn't heal. And that's a problem with Farina existing, to be clear. But, like they need to release more alternatives to Farina. They need to release more compelling reasons to, like, play Geo units potentially together. The fact that Mono Geo is basically just a dead meme at this point is kind of sad to me. So... But I don't know. Maybe real quick. Binge did get a C1. Well, C2. Okay. We don't have to activate C1 or anything. But I don't know. Should we go in try a Mono Geo team real quick? What do we do? Yes, and yeah. Let's not talk about Noelle. You. Wrong side. Dog, I guess. Functions. Wait, I think Zhongli doesn't have 4-piece tenacity. Oh well, whatever.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Probably should have done that after Goro, I suppose, but whatever. Like, this is still going to be functional, definitely at this investment level. But, you know. I'm pretty sure Ito's getting less damage than he was in the other team. Not that I'm playing him properly or anything here again, but I wasn't playing him properly in the other team. Only slightly, but yeah, less damage. Yeah, but it's not just, remember, it's not just Ito getting less damage. Like, Chiori is not doing as much damage in this team. Zhongli's not really doing, Zhongli is doing negligible damage. And Chiori is not doing as much damage in this team as Farina and Escoffier do collectively, right? So, it's just, like, I don't know. I find that a little frustrating, but anyways, oh well, that's the state of the game currently, and it is what it is. It does ultimately you can still have fun with Ito. Is the point though? It's just the direction you have to go in is like, in my opinion, doing something with Farina, and then some conjunction of either Yealon Shalonen, Shalonen Escoffier, or Shan Yun if you want to do plunge. He can get stacks on his burst ability with plunge attacks apparently, according to Binge, the account owner, who is a Ito main. But anywho's, let's do Yoimiya to end off. This has gone far longer than I thought it was going to do, but this is part of the reason I decided to make this a live stream, is because again, I wanted to, like, I've been talking constantly pretty much throughout this, right? Like this is the nuance I was talking about. So, anyways, for Yoimiya, so I actually don't have a specific theme in mind. I have a couple different options. Funnily enough, Zajeff told me he wanted me to do full EM Yoimiya and a Shevers team. Which, like, we can. I think we can. But I don't know. Would that I feel like it's no different than doing Shatter Ito in some ways. Probably slightly better though, to be fair. But anyways, Yoimiya, the other interesting thing though I do want to mention, and that I think I kind of want to try, is the fact that Yoimiya can be an off-field pyro damage dealer. Like we're talking very budget Moika. It's like she doesn't have 4-piece scroll. You have to use a burst. It's a 10-second duration, right? It's not very high duration. It's not great. She's not a very good off-field pyro damage dealer. But she is an off-field pyro damage dealer. There's no Mualani on this account. What do I do with off-field pyro? We'll see how I like this. We'll do it. We'll go through Abyss Chamber 1 and see how I like this. Just like in a 1 rotation situation, and then I'll. She's on Shimano's. Okay. Okay, we're gonna make our lives easier for testing purposes here. We're not gonna. No, this is not me trying to do an optimized build right now. I'll probably put her on an emblem build if we're doing off-field Yoimiya. I just want to. Okay, I just want to test this. This is Moika at basement. Okay, again, the point is that this is like secret utility that Yoimiya has that like no one seems to acknowledge. Her ability to do off-field pyro every 2 seconds. It's the same rate as Moika. So, you know what I was doing with like Moika there with Clarin earlier should work with her too. No Clarin on this account. But I don't know. Should we do that? Should we do Overburn, I guess? Should we do Yoimiya? Yoimiya with Emily. Yoimiya, Emily, Shalonen. And it only applies pyro to 1 target. Yeah, so I've yapped multiple times this whole video about all the single target, the how like we only have like single target Abyss, right? Like, does that even matter anymore? Like, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but like, it's a downside. Again, I'm not saying Yoimiya is better than Moika for off-field pyro application, but she has off-field pyro in her kit. And that's relatively rare, and it's a useful thing to have. And yes, Pyro Traveler existing makes it worse too. But Yoimiya does actually fit in shorter rotation times. It's a 15-second cooldown. Rather than... So that's actually the ideal. Is trying to find a 15-second rotation team. Because you'll probably see in a future video a problem that I have with like using Pyro Traveler with Clorind. Is that Pyro Traveler's pyro application uptime, like it's like, it's not like the frequency of application that's a problem. It is slower than like Yoimiya's off-field pyro, but the bigger problem is the 18-second cooldown. Like the cooldowns just don't line up very well with what you want to do, what I want to do with Clorind. So, anywho's, sack frags on Yoimiya? Anyways. I'm guessing you're talking about something else. So, what do we do? I said I want to do a 15-second rotation. Can Veresa fit in a 15-second rotation? Can we do Overburn Veresa? I haven't tried that.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun.
I'm down with trying Overburn Veresa. I don't need to actually put this team active here. Okay, let's go test in the first chamber quick, see if it functions. If it functions, then we can do an Abyss Clear through it, right? Oh, wait, I said I wasn't going to do Dendro things again. Well, okay. You know what? We'll try to end if I do an Overburn Clear with. I do want to check one other thing, which is Yoimiya charge attack melt, as far as something that's going to be very bad, I think, but might function okay. Like using Yoimiya as a very bad version of like Melt Linny. Because her charge attack multipliers are like it's yeah. Anyways, let's see if this functions. Emily. Yeah, we use Shallonen. So this is just a variant of like the Clarin team I was using before. Am I blind? Where is Shallonen? Is Shallonen not level 90? Oh, she's not. Okay. So what do we have to do? We have to do. By the way, what I foresee being a fairly meaningful problem for this is I don't think she gets energy. We'll check quick, but I don't think she gets any energy except from using her skill. Does she get particles on cast? No, that's what I thought. Which really sucks. This is the same problem Ayato has, right, for burst utility, right? I don't know why Mihoyo chose to do this so freaking often with so many characters in the past, where they're like, oh, we're gonna be nice and give this on-field unit an off-field utility. Like Yoimiya and Ayato are two freaking units of the same exact design baseline. They're normal attack damage dealers of different elements that have some off-field utility, but both of them were made in the same way, where like the way they generate energy makes them really hard to consider using for off-field utility, right? So like that sucks. That really sucks, and that's why we're gonna have to do like an emblem build with a whack ton of energy. So, anyways, like I dislike that they did that in the kit, but anyways, I should have bursted on her, but you know, whatever. Whoops, that was dumb. But anyways, you can see Emily's still doing level 2 damage, right? It works. It does work. She's gonna need like over 200 ER though, I think. I think she's gonna need over 200 ER. So let's test this again.
Ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
This'll brighten up the place.
Pound it to the ground.
Look out below. Here are we coming.
And then we have a new wave spawning situation problem as well. Because, you know, she does the pyro doesn't transition, right? Instead,
Time for a light show.
now we're stuck to, yeah. Okay. So it works. It definitely works. I can do a clear through this. I'll probably do it second side just because I don't want to have to deal with multiple enemies and crap and new wave spawning. Even though I could do it through first side. So sure, let's do it. Let's do it. I like the idea of trying to do this. To show that she does have off-field pyro utility with the right kind of build. Emily Shallonen. That's not Shallonen. Okay. I think we probably start with Emily Burst now that I think about it too. Yeah. Yeah, because we want to save uptime for Yoimiya. Alright, and let's reconfigure her. We're gonna have to do a fab build, because we need the energy. Long Night's Oath. No, what am I doing? Long Night's Oath. What? Brain. Ember Limb. We need all the ER. Yoink that from Shungling. Wait, we might need to use Shungling. Okay. Well. Okay. Maybe we can. Whoops. Wait, no, that's not. But I saw. Oh, that. Okay, there we go. Bap. Alright. Perfect. We'll come back to that. ER, crit damage, ER, crit rate, ER, crit rate, ER. Okay. Try that. And then Pyro, ER. Zap. Alright. Surely this is enough. Alright. Emblem Yoimiya, R5 Fav. Versus only level 5. Binge, are you still here? Can I level to 6 at least? Do you care? No, you are still here. I see you in the chat. So, total of 5 instances of this Aorus Blade. So you get the initial damage, and then you get 5 instances of this other damage. At level 10, this is like up to, I think, like, what, 1200%-ish multiplier? I care, please don't. Okay, I guess she's staying at level 5. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. She should get okay damage. But yeah, the problem is just, like, the energy situation and the fact that she doesn't generate energy. But, yeah, oh well. Is what it is. So that's what really limits her damage more than anything. The actual raw multipliers are enough that, like, we could even consider doing something like trying to get her to do off-field melt damage. Is pretty decent. Like, you could see surprisingly good damage from off-field Yoimiya, I think. But it takes, like, the right magic conjunction of artifacts and just, or funneling particles and, like, so, no, is the answer. Hey, look. It's a hybrid. Oh. Hey, look. It's a hybrid Raiden. Wait. Is this really the build you run on hybrid Raiden? Okay, never mind. I don't want to muck with your builds on characters. That is not the focus of the video. Okay. Let's just use something simple. Here. You know what? We want Kazuha appreciation. Kazuha appreciation. So let's do some Kazuha with Arlecchino. And for the lulz, Chiori. You might be like, why? Because we started with Chiori, we gotta end with Chiori. And this is a C2 Arlecchino.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Next customer, scrub.
We need it last. Transfixed. Did I scare you?
Going in.
Into the wind. Blade bend, wind strike.
Wow. Alright. Surely 279 ER on Yoimiya is enough.
Reconstitute.
Surely.
Russian
Didn't have to do this skill before. Alright.
Here comes the fireworks.
Huh? What? Why did it not hit?
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
I am the cutting edge of fashion. Teamwork is dreamwork.
We meet at last, meddler. One with nature.
Overrule. I'm going in. Let's go, Tomo.
I think that was just a Genshin jank hitbox problem. Or the wind, yeah. There we go. Okay, solution, I guess let it jump? I guess we can do this. Alright, there we go.
This will brighten up the place. Bring it.
Yeah, we have enough energy. Wow, crazy. Okay,
Russian floral.
let it do its thing. Yep, okay. Yoimiya in this team is for decoration, bro? Really? Do you think... Really? Okay. We'll choose not to use Yoimiya next then. We'll choose not to use Yoimiya next. It's because Yoimiya does off-field pyro. She applies pyro every 2 seconds. That's the wrong thing. Where's my browser? Where is this it? Why isn't why? There we go. Okay. Look, in case you can't see it in game, if in game is not proof enough for you, one duration 10 seconds there tells you something, but it says it deals pyro damage to opponents that are marked every 2 seconds, and then advanced properties. You can look here. Or displays explosion damage. 1 U pyro, 2.5 seconds, 3 hits. Right? Like, she applies pyro enough that, like, it keeps up burning. It keeps up burning. Like, off-field pyro has value. Is it incredible relative to other off-field pyro options? No. But it's something her kit can do. Right? And it's important to be aware of this because maybe this means you don't need to level up your Pyro Traveler. And quite frankly, the fact that Yoimiya fits in shorter rotations than Pyro Traveler means I would prefer Yoimiya off-field Pyro over Pyro Traveler in some contexts. Right? Moika and Changling are better. Maybe you don't f***ing have Moika. And maybe Pyro Traveler doesn't work in the rotation. And maybe Changling, you don't want to deal with her. Or maybe you're using her in another team. Changling has her own problems. The point is not this is the ideal way. I don't understand how often I have to say this is not this is not saying you have to use this character this way. The point the point is that this is a utility the character can offer. And having more ways of being able to use a character is a very good thing. It means you don't have to, have another character leveled potentially. Like, the resource grind in this game is one of its worst aspects. It's the main thing that, like, prevents you from being able to clear is oftentimes because you just don't have characters leveled. Being able to use characters in different ways to that like, level less characters is a good thing. I think it's very important to acknowledge that characters have these utilities in their kit. Even if they're annoying to try to utilize. Bro, can you teleport? Why did you teleport? Why did I do that?
Going in. Delicate as silk. This is where
What? Ah, this bug. I love this. Yep. Cool.
Transfix. Clouds high. The birds.
teamwork is dreamwork. Let's go. Reconstitute. Feel the split. Here comes the fireworks. Heads up. Justice
What?
o'clock.
Targeting.
Headbutt. Justice o'clock.
Look at that. See, we erased the pyro,
Justice o'clock.
and then Yoimiya reapplied pyro. What a world.
Extract. Time for a light show. Move the ship down.
Don't press one.
Headbutt. You're always coming. Justice o'clock. A little ambiance.
Okay, for what it's worth, that amount of energy recharge we have is definitely unnecessary. We definitely don't need 279 ER, I think, on her, which is good. Oh boy.
Overrule. Let's light it up. Going in.
Transfixed.
Scatter.
Oh no, I didn't get Banner Burst. Whatever will we do? Oh, no.
Everybody stand.
Overrule.
Alright.
Neutralize.
Ah, crap. That should be fine. Yeah. We didn't have Varessa, but no, it's still fine. We should probably use Shillelagh Burst at some point here to not die. Alright, here, do this. Do this.
Russian floral. Yeah. Heads up. Justice o'clock. Look out below.
Alright, yep.
Feel the split. I was
Ow.
ready for the extract. Yeah. Justice o'clock. Boom. Right. Time for a light show.
Ow.
A little ambiance. Here comes the fireworks. Bring it.
Did I don't think I got Shillelagh buff up. Whoops. Stupid Padilla. It moved around too much when I was clicking my normal attacks, so I failed to get it. Oh well. Not that big a deal. Wait, I let Varessa die. Oh well. It's fine. We can get Yoimiya to get a win. Uh oh. Oh crap. Oopsies. Ah crap. Well, Oopsies.
Time for a light show. Is it?
No, it's fine. We're fine. Why? Because we have Yoimiya. We have Yoimiya. We have Yoimiya. Oh, god dang it. I was like 2 damage away, so I was like, okay. I didn't think I had a Shallonen burst, or Shallonen skill, but hey, Yoimiya did it anyways. Anyway, I don't know. Like, the off-field pyro works. The idea worked. I figured it would work. And it does work. So I don't know. That's cool. Something we should go check quick. We're gonna go put her back on a normal build, though. Well, mostly normal build. Which is, I want to see what happens if we try to do Melt Yoimiya. Because, yeah, she can be a DPS. She can have some pyro supportive utility. It's worse than the pyro supportive utility than most newer units, but it also fits in shorter rotation times, and that's something, I don't know. As I have played more and more teams, something, particularly in this last year, that I've appreciated is having the option for shorter rotations. And, like, one of the things that killed Pyro Traveler's kit the most for me, like I would use Pyro Traveler probably all the time. I would have strongly considered skipping Muika if Pyro Traveler had a 15-second cooldown instead of an 18-second cooldown on their abilities. They don't. The Yoimiya does, right? But obviously Yoimiya doesn't have options to use like 4-piece scroll or anything. So if she did, she'd be an extremely compelling, actually, option for off-field pyro, in my opinion. So, anywho's, put her back on what's it called? Shimenawa's. Bap. Crit rate, crit damage. It must have been the first one, because it's the only one. We don't have an EM timepiece. Okay. Wait, we have an onset. Oh, was she also not? She might have been an offset timepiece before. I'm actually not sure. And no, I think she was, actually, right? Yeah. Oh, okay. That's good. I don't know what the heck her offset was before, to be completely honest. It was probably whoever... Oh, it was this. Yeah, it was this. It was that. Okay. Give Yelan back that ER piece, huh? Here, do it like this. Okay. And go back to this. Bap. Okay, so we could use this just the same build. I guess maybe we should just use the same build. Test it at a baseline. Actually, I think we will use the same build because I'm pretty sure Bench has... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. We don't need to... Yeah, obviously, you should not use Sacrifice and Sit Lolly if you're doing this. Having a C2 Sit Lolly means I'm just gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna use the less good weapon for buffing utility. There's fun value to having Sacrifice on her as well. Anyways. So that's fine. We have C1 Sit Lolly and C2 Sit Lolly that will uplift Yoimiya's damage enough if we're doing Melt Sit Lolly. Or sorry, Melt Yoimiya. Now, first of all, you can do Melt Yoimiya just with normal attack stuff. What should happen if we do like Eoli normal Melt format for Pyro DPSs? So let's do, you know, say Bennett, Miss Shallonen. You're still, by the way, I never verified your build is still fine. Yeah, I never muggled that. Okay, good. And do Yoimiya and see Lolly. Where are you? Am I blind? Where are you? Did you not level 90 her? How dare you, Bench? How dare you? Can't even do Superconductor Lolly. You hate Icho's personality. Alright, Blap.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your
Let's
sacrifice
see.
is ready.
Well, this is... let's just do like this, I guess. So, right. So you can do normal. Get a melt, got a melt, and I think you either wait here to continue getting melts, or you just continue, or you just take over the pyro, right? By the way, we didn't kill this thing, so it had higher resistance. That's why we didn't see that big of a damage number. We can try to kill the alligator, crocodile, whatever it is.
Your journey ends here.
But what I want to try, I want to try charge attack melt you. I mean,
Teamwork is bring it. Show no mercy. Lolly, eat Papa, get him. Feel the fight.
okay. There you go. See, we got 100k. You supposed to walk cancel Yoimiya, by the way? I don't know. I forgot to do the second Seed Lolly skill before, by the way. Oh well. Alright, we overtook Pyro on that one. Yeah, so you overtake Pyro pretty easily, which is kind of expected. So, what happens if we just charge attack on her?
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Supposed to finish her normal attack combo? I was purposely trying to wait on her normal attack combo and stall it out. Okay, I don't want to wait for you to... Are you... Okay, I just expected it to do the rush attack, but it didn't. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Snap.
Show no mercy. You two. Time to end them. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Oh, the pyro takes over immediately. Okay, well. Okay.
Let's light it up. Bring it. Fuse is lit.
Okay.
Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of Evely. Get to everybody. Stand back.
A grand surprise. Did I scare you? How inconsiderate of me.
I mean, you can sleep with some big numbers. I use skill so you don't get the extra pyro hits. I want the extra pyro hits. That's the fun of it. Like, the fireworks.
What's your footing?
We want the pyro hits. My hope was that, like, it took enough delay and that it was, like, fine. The point isn't to use really... if I wanted to play... sorry, that's a bad argument because it goes against my whole rhetoric from before. But anyways, I was going to say, like, if I wanted to play Shiny Amber, I'd rather play Amber because it's better for that gameplay. The point is to try to use the fireworks because, like, she has, like, the firework homing missiles in her attacks. But, like... I was like 99% sure that wasn't going to work, and it doesn't really work. So, anyways, you can make melts that Lolly kind of work with normal attacks, but not really with whatever. So, I don't know. It's a good, compelling option to make her deal some damage, but I think in particular, by the way, it's maybe worth at least briefly showing. So I think this is a similar story to, like, making Melt Dia work, where, like, you can't sustain melts properly for all of her pyro hits very easily. So let's do just like full normal attack chain spam on Yoimiya, but with Seat Lolly Escoffier instead of Shalonen, right? And again, this is a C2 Seat Lolly, but C2 Seat Lolly without signature weapon or Thrilling Tales buff at least, so somewhat slightly balancing out things, but still it's going to be more than what a C0 Seat Lolly is, definitely. But yeah, so yeah, I think we do like a Escoffier, probably into Benert, into Seat Lolly, into Yoimiya.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand.
We didn't have to do the burst there, but whatever. I don't think I triggered a melt there. Whatever.
Pound it to the ground.
We meet at last,
Gold
meddler.
is slow.
Teamwork is strength. Get to work. You two. Time to end them.
Enjoy. Did I scare you?
A dash of frosting. Pinnacle of excellence. Everybody stand back. That's gonna
Really?
hurt in the morning. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh.
Let my magic
I
make
feel
it
like
scare you. Savor the show.
Like it works okay. It works okay. Admit it, I think it's worse than Dia. Well, a C3 Dia, at least in my experience. Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to play with Melt Yoimiya more to feel like that I could properly judge that a little bit. But yeah, she has problems in her kit for trying to make Melt work, essentially. For the timings of her pyro application and whatever. And that's the case with several pyro units in the game. It's just unfortunate because I think she's one of the units that deserved to be uplifted by Seatlolly, and I don't think she really did get uplifted that much from Seatlolly, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. So maybe we can end off though with what Zajef recommended, which is a full EM build. So we'll end off on Zajef recommendation. According to him, according to his calcs specifically, I believe he said full EM on Yoimiya calcs better than in a Shevers team, calcs better than building over crit, supposedly. I think this is on the assumption of landing maybe more overlids than you might actually get. But anyways, and it's probably on the assumption of official, which is, yeah, I guess. Anyways, I guess I didn't ask him to clarify. Maybe he just meant EM timepiece, but I don't know. We're doing full EM. All right, BAP. I guess sure. It's the only leveled EM bow here. No, we can. I mean, we can. Maybe. I don't know. Sure, why not? Let's do elegy. Wait, are we actually gonna be able to trigger elegy? Maybe? Does her burst hit while you're on field with her? Other than Yoimiya, no. You have to be doing something with other units, yeah. Never mind. I think elegy doesn't really work properly. Well, I don't know. I could start rotation with her burst. And then it might work. Yeah, screw it, we'll try it. Okay. And then let's do Shivers. And then I guess God dang it, official. And then I'm very skeptical this is actually going to clear. Do we do Eons on or do we do Bennett? I think we can do Eons on. I think it should work. Alright. Yoimiya's best calcs are on full EM Virgin. True. Alright. And first side, I don't know. Whatever. Let's just, here. Let's do more wheelchair Ito. Bam. Wait, this doesn't work. Frick. Well, screw it. We'll do this.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Bring it.
He's on the loose.
There! It's showtime! We need it last. Having fun?
Let's roll. Strike a pose. Take the shot.
Charge attack him, please. Just a little. Nope.
Off to the freezer.
I refuse. Why? Because you asked.
Let the mountain's veins boil.
Attaboy! Who wants some of this? Bam!
I'm not gonna lie, until you said that, I did forget you're supposed to charge attack with Ito. I told you I didn't want to learn how to play Ito. I totally forgot. Oopsies. I'm sorry. My brain got too stuck on the track of like Shatter Ito and just went into normal attack spam mode. Like if I had stopped for a second to think about what exactly optimal Ito gameplay looks like even for a second I would have been like, yeah, I gotta charge attack. Like I'm not stupid, I knew that. But I just didn't think about it at all because I got stuck in stupid shatter track of mine. I'm sorry. Sometimes memes break your brain. It's fine. Okay. Oh boy, what do we? I think we do this. Oh, frick me. Okay, getting the first overload is actually incredibly annoying. Sorry, I'm just trying to think what the setup is. Like, you burst on Yoimiya, then we... Frick you. We really want a snapshot official, though. We really want to get the buff on official. So, like... I think... Okay, I think I will... for ease of setup, I think I'm just going to forgo official snapshot initially. I think I'm just going to do like Yoimiya burst into official burst, into Shiver's buff, into Eon Son, and then I can... Yeah, and then we'll work on it, whatever later. So, since when do you have Yoimiya? Never. This is someone else's account.
Your journey ends here, Lord.
I've never gotten Yoimiya.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Attaboy!
Why, brain?
A burst of flavor. A dash of frosting.
Oh, you're coming through!
Off to the freezer. Go back for it.
It's showtime! Let's roll!
By the way, for what it's worth, doing charge attacks on him, at least without trying to do proper combos, which is more what I was talking about earlier with learning stuff, seems to be getting the same clear times as we did when we just did normal attacks before. Alright, do that. Then we do this. Then we do this. I should have saved that.
Final form. Quick as a flash. On one. Feel the flint.
Okay, we're not doing enough elect. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter right now, but like, we do kind of need to do more. Okay, we don't do enough electro application. Mr. Zajeff, I don't believe you.
Drop your weapon. Quick as a flash. Start.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
You need Auron or Raiden? Well, that's just sad. Okay. You gotta do optimal combos in Ito teams for it to make a difference. Yeah, which is exactly what I was pointing out. So like, as much as that chatter said, please do some charge attacks, which I understand. Like, please do some charge attacks. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter unless you're being optimal. So you know, okay. Let's see what happens if we throw in Yai. This will make the rotations easier, at least something. Hey, more Yai appreciation too. that's the justification for EM on her. Oh boy. I mean, I think we do start with burst still, because then the burst will tick and we might get LG buff while we were doing whatever. So.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Adaptive frosting. A burst of sleep.
Who wants some of this? Attaboy!
Strike a pose. Time to shine. Bring it. Here's the echoes of the
No, I do that. That doesn't really hurt.
It's showtime! Let's roll!
Wow. Is he pre-funneling Ito burst? What do you mean? If I was doing that, it wasn't intentional.
right now.
I forgot to...
Move the ship down.
Jump.
Justice will prevail. Stop right there. By royal decree.
Bruh, we're still applying too much pyro. Ow.
Here comes the fireworks. Right here. Emerge. Final warning. Hands back and seal. Shadow Ranger. Left. Fuse is lit.
Now we... Oh, wow, we finally took over.
Right now. Drop your weapon. Odds reveal.
Oh, and cooldown isn't matching up. Oh, boy.
Fire hazard.
Well.
Here comes the fireworks. You asked for it. Stop right there. Stop right there. Midnight, Phantasm. Time for a light show.
Go on field with Yai normal attacks? Okay, but the point was... The point was to on-field Yoimiya to get Yoimiya overloads. And that's supposedly being better than Yoimiya, like, normal, like... Okay, I'm sorry, Jeff, if there is a context, like... Supposedly what his specific explanation was. Here, we're gonna go to GC Sim. I don't love GC Sim for, you know, drawing hard conclusions about things, like this kind of thing. But supposedly it was like Yoimiya's highest sim team, not like whale BS, was... That's the wrong order. The highest sim overload team. This team, in particular, is better with Yoimiya on an EM build, is what he said. Like, the team DPS is higher with Yoimiya on an EM build. I don't have Muika on this account, right? We have... This is on someone else's account, they don't have Muika. But this team would be too much pyro. Like, there's no way Oberon applies enough pyro. So, like...
Fireworks are for now, but friends are forever.
He was looking at this one. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Buzzaw. Zajev viewer clarified. Sorry, it was this one. I thought it was the highest one. But like, Fischl on her own wasn't enough. So like, supposedly here, Yoimiya with a TF EM build is better. Overload build is better for this. But like, it doesn't seem to actually line up in practice properly. So I don't know. I don't know if I was bungling up something. Like,
They're very cute.
like I try, yeah, I tried with Eon's on instead of Bennett. It's the same basic format of the team. If anything, Eon's on should be better here for like keeping Electro on the enemy, because Eon's on will erase some of the pyro from Chevreuse, right? So like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Zajev. I don't think EM Yoimiya is real, which might be a good thing to most people. So I don't know. There might be a like optimal combo to do or whatever that I'm not doing that worked better. But like, I think if I couldn't get the intuitive grasp for it easily with doing those two teams, I don't think it's something I would ever recommend ever, even as a meme thing to do, is my overall vibe. So I don't know. Anyways, my favorite utility for her then of the things we tried was definitely off-field Yoimiya. As far as a fun random utility to use for her kit. Says no burst. I mean, that's, yeah, maybe it's no burst. I guess that's true. But I don't know. Not bursting on her just sounds lame. Like, like what? Like really? Not bursting on Yoimiya in a Chevreuse team, where you can burst and get value from her off-field pyro, like this damage when you're doing like setup or rotation can deal like what 800% motion value if you start with a burst. And like in a Chevreuse team, that should be fairly doable to do that consistently. But like the only reason people don't consider it is because they're so used to just being pilled on thinking like you use Shimenawas on her and then never burst. I don't like that idea. I don't know. I could go do it, but I don't know. I think we've done enough of that. I don't know. I'm not gonna say it's not a real thing, but I'm sorry, Mr. Zajev. You're well aware of like GCCM bullshit. I think EM Yoimiya is GCCM bullshit. Okay, that's my vibe. I'm sorry. I think EM Yoimiya is GCCM BS. I'm sorry. Okay. I appreciated the suggestion, but I do not think it works in a fluid enough way to make sense at all. So, anyways, didn't know you hated GCSim that much. I don't hate GCSim. It's a good tool. It's a good tool to reference to for like establishing baselines of like numbers for evaluating things and whatever. But there's a lot of BS on GCSim. And I think the idea of assuming that Yoimiya is consistently going to get like overload procs in a way that makes EM builds better on her technically, like simulation wise, is dumb. That's GCSim BS. Where like you're assuming some really specific setups that are really hard, near impossible to do in practice, yada yada, or just otherwise unrealistic things that just don't actually work fluidly and it just doesn't actually make sense in practice. That's what GCSim BS is. We're like, sure, it stimulates higher, but in practice, you're going to experience something that doesn't work like this in such a way that like it doesn't even make sense to recommend something like an EM Yoimiya build. So I don't know. I think it's much more interesting to try to think about how to use Yoimiya's burst to its potential, and not ignore it completely like a lot of people do because of the Shimenawa set. So I don't know. Anyways, she's an interesting character, quite frankly. If I had realized much sooner on in my gameplay in my Genshin experience that she had off-field pyro, I would have maybe considered pulling her. Now that like I have Ebot Muika to fill in my like I don't burst on my Muika, I use Muika as my Ebot. I don't have a need for that, right? Personally, but that doesn't mean that you wouldn't necessarily get that value from, particularly if you already have Yoimiya and you wanted to find more places she can be usable. You can try to consider using her for off-field pyro, right? And I think that's cool. I think it's cool that she has the option in her kit. I don't like that her energy generation is annoying to make that work, but you know, it is what it is. So, anyways, and that's all the characters, by the way. Let's go reset the builds here. That's all the characters on the Chronicle Banner. This was a lot longer than I intended it to. I might give up on the idea of putting timestamps, but I don't know. If someone else makes timestamps for me, I might throw them a Welkin or something. I don't. Well, I'm not gonna promise that for sure, but I don't know. Anyways, I don't know how I'm gonna. Well, I can probably make timestamps, but it's hard to track down exactly where I transitioned to doing different things in this video. I feel like, but yeah. So I don't know. You can do shenanigans with all different characters. How all the characters in the Chronicle Banner. How memey are they truly? Well, that depends on the character. Realistically, if you want like my categories of characters that are harder to do shenanigans are, if it's not obvious just from like the vibe of this whole thing, bow characters and like as a generic archetype, bow characters tend to have less versatility for doing shenanigans, and geo characters tend to have less versatility for doing shenanigans, and other than that, characters that are flexible for being swapped out at different times, characters that have lower cooldowns to fit in shorter rotations, those all are characters that are tend to be inclined towards more different flexible forms of utility. And that actually includes many characters in the game. So, you know, but it's not every character, and that's kind of where it is. I wouldn't, strongly recommend most people play a bunch of the things I tried in this video. The point was mostly just to experiment, though, right? To see how these characters can be utilized in different ways, as stupid as the ideas of doing that may or may not be, right? Not to specifically say you should pull this character for this reason, right? It's just ways to get extra value out of characters you already have, or get extra value out of characters you might be considering pulling because they're on banner right now, right? That's the overall vibe. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I've been actually making my friends wait longer than I intended. I said I would be done in an hour-ish, and it's been almost 2 hours. I'm a terrible friend, but yep. Oh well. I think this was an interesting thing for a long format stream. I apologize for having to ignore chat for parts of it, but that was intentional to try to keep the stream more focused and whatnot. But yeah, life is strange. I don't know, characters are weird. Yeah, Genshin is at the end of the day a very contextual game for the way that you can utilize different characters in different forms of combat content, and the new end game, and whether or not you're using characters in co-op. Whether or not you're using, whether or not you're playing the new endgame, playing theater, playing the new endgame with a much higher DPS check will change the relevance of doing different things, right? And I don't know, particularly co-op, I think will breathe some fresh air into a lot of characters. But we'll see. Anyways, yeah. Bye.